proportion, 43%, had one or more of 5 indicators that the study considered a red flag for sexual exploitation, including gang association, sexually exploited friends and associating with older friends or an older boyfriend or girlfriend. 486. 18. A robust police response to an episode of a child going missing is essential to improve the prospects of apprehending the perpetrators of any sexual exploitation that occurred during the episode and ensure better protection for the child. 19. In half of the case study areas, the police response to episodes of children going missing was assessed as poor, inadequate, or requires improvement. 19.1. In 2016, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, MIC, concluded the Metropolitan Police Service, which covers Tower Hamlets, provided a poor response to children who regularly went missing, and that in some cases there was a lack of understanding of the link between children going missing and the increased risk of sexual exploitation. 487. 19.2. In 2018 and 2019, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, MICFAS, found that the management of the risks to missing children by Merseyside Police, which covers St Helens, was not always appropriate, and that activity to find missing children was too often desk-based. 488. 19.3. In March 2020, MICFAS recommended that Durham Constabulary immediately improves practice in cases of children who go missing from home. MICFAS identified limited activity to locate children overnight, children's cases wrongly assessed as low or no apparent risk, a failure to refer cases to children's social care, lost opportunities to understand why children went missing, and failures to transfer cases onto a computer system. 489. 20. By October 2018, MICFAS found in an inspection review that the use of trigger plans had improved significantly in Tower Hamlets, but further work was required to ensure consistent practice. It concluded that children in Tower Hamlets, including vulnerable looked after children, continued to be inappropriately categorized as absent rather than missing, and as a result there were missed opportunities to gather valuable information on risk to these children. 490. 21. There were some signs of improvement in Merseyside. By May 2019, MICFAS found that Merseyside Police had put in place a range of initiatives to raise awareness of the vulnerability of children reported missing, and it had significantly reduced the number of those assessed as being at no apparent risk. 491. 485 NCA 0000410_005_016. 486 NCA 00410_005_016. 487 INQ 005333_006. 488 INQ 005332_008, MSP 000296_005_016. 489 INQ 005331_013_020-021, DHP 000518_002. 490 INQ 005334_016-018. 491 National Child Protection Merseyside Police Post Inspection Review, August, 2019, INQ 005332_007. 92. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organised Networks, Investigation Report. 22. There does not appear to have been such improvement in Durham yet. By May 2020. An internal audit noted that there remained significant areas for improvement in relation to the management of missing children investigations, in particular where children went missing frequently, were in the care of the local authority or went missing overnight. 492. G.4. Data from the case study areas. 23. Police services, local authorities and specialist agencies are likely to record episodes of children going missing for different purposes. The existence of different data sets between these organizations is not necessarily problematic. It is important that there are clear multi-agency arrangements for sharing information about these children and effective monitoring of them, including those placed out of area. In the year ending the 31st of March, 2018, 41% of missing incidents in children's homes in England were related to out-of-area placements. 493. 24. Some of the case study areas provided data about the extent to which those children who went missing had already been identified as at risk of, or harmed by, sexual exploitation. When such data were available, the overall picture was concerning. 24.1. South Wales Police indicated that the number of occasions on which children flagged as at risk of sexual exploitation were recorded as missing was 1,072 in 2018. 981 in 2019 and 560 in 2020, up to the 25th of November. During this almost 3-year period, 10 children went missing in excess of 50 times each, 1 went missing 115 times. 494. 24.2. A London regional child sexual exploitation problem profile was produced in 2016, using data for the period November 2014 October 2015. It stated that half of child sexual exploitation victims had gone missing previously and just under a quarter were reported missing at the time of the offence. Missing child sexual exploitation victims accounted for 31% of all missing children. 495. 24.3. Avon and Somerset Police indicated that the number of occasions on which children flagged as at risk of sexual exploitation were recorded as missing was 1,829. In 2018, 1,432 in 2019 and 984 in 2020, up to the 25th of November. During this period, from April 2018 to November 2020, 5 children went missing in excess of 70 times each. 1 child went missing 100 times. 496. G.5. Return home interviews. 25. Statutory guidance in England provides that when a child is found, an RE should be offered to the child, although there is no requirement that the child participates in it. This should be conducted within 72 hours of the child returning to their home or care setting. 497. REs are not a statutory requirement in Wales, but there is an expectation on the part of the Welsh Government that they will be offered after a child has 3 episodes of Going missing. 498. 492 DHP 0005229_001. 493 No place at home. Final report on the inquiry into children and young people who go missing from out-of-area placements. All-Party Parliamentary Group for Runaway and Missing Children and Adults, September, 2019, INQ 006285_025. 494 SWP 000172. 495 MPS 004607_041-042. 496 USP 000529_005-006. 497 DFE 003186_010, INQ 006447_014 Paras 3132. 498 Daniel Richards, the 24th of September, 2021 38/14-15. Albert Heaney, the 1st of October, 2020 91/16-92/7. Children who go missing. 93. 26 Statutory guidance in England states that RIS should be conducted by someone who is not involved in caring for the child, is trained to carry out these interviews and is able to follow up any actions that emerge. 499 Ideally, RIS should be carried out by a designated team of practitioners who can develop relationships with the children. 527 There is considerable professional debate about the optimal timing of RIS and who should carry them out, for example, an independent person or someone the child knows and trusts. 501 Ms. Anne James from Bristol City Council told us that the RIS process was highly bureaucratic and that for children who perhaps are the ones we are most concerned about, who have repeated missing episodes, that process can feel meaningless for them, and we also know that perpetrators, they know our processes and they may bring pressure to bear on those young people not to engage in a return home interview. 502. If a child has been sexually exploited while missing, he or she may have immediate needs for medical treatment, food and shelter, and may be physically unable to participate in an RI until they have had time to recover. 503. 28 In 3 of the case study areas, specialist agencies have been commissioned to carry out RIS. Catch 22 in St. Helens, the Children's Society in Tower Hamlets and Bernardo's Safe Choices in Bristol, unless the child already has an allocated social worker, in which case they will carry out the RI. 504. 29 An RI is an important opportunity to demonstrate to a sexually exploited child that there is a concern for his or her welfare, to develop a relationship with the child and to build a support and protection plan. It can also be a vital way of gathering relevant information about sexual exploitation that has occurred or particular factors about the missing episode indicating potential harm or a heightened risk of exploitation. 505. 30 However, Ofsted has noted that provision for missing children varies across local authorities in England. 506 Some children receive intensive and holistic support and intervention plans, whereas others receive only a single RI. 507 The Care Inspectorate Wales has found that debrief meetings with children are not always called, as expected, after 3 occasions of going missing. 508. 31 in the case study areas, performance was variable in terms of the proportion of RIS offered and taken up. 31.1. In Durham, a 2019 audit found that some RIS missed key warning signs of exploitation and failed to note steps taken to safeguard children when high-risk activity was disclosed. 509 The statutory guidance to the effect that an RIS should be offered after every episode of a child going missing was not implemented until 499 INQ 006447_014 para 32. 500 Wendy Gaffar 1st of October 2021 79/9-17 BRD 000278_005 para 22. 501 Amanda Naylor 30th of September 2021 78/6-14. 502 Anne James 30th of September 2020 63/9-64/21. 503 Amanda Naylor 30th of September 2021 77/5-179/14. 504 Vicky McKenna 28th of September 2020 20/17-21/7. Ian Critchley 28th of September 2021 43/14-144/1 LBT 004214_009 para 33 BSC 000186_006_016 paras 22 23 and 73. 505 Wendy Gaffar 1st of October 2021 78/11-22, Amanda Naylor 30th of September 2021 77/22-179/5. 506 Wendy Gaffar 1st of October 2021 78/1-179/23. 507 BRD 000275_009 paras 30-32. 508 CIW 000018_006 para 36. Albert Heaney 1st of October 2020 94/7-13. 509 DUC 000770_002. 94. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. November 2019. 510 Information was supplied showing the percentage of total police missing reports which resulted in an RI. For monitoring purposes, however, a more relevant figure would be how many RIs were conducted for children referred by the police because of safeguarding concerns, and this was not provided. 511. 31.2. In Swansea, the 2019-20 annual report for the West Glamorgan Safeguarding Board noted that qualitative data, i.e. that found in return home interviews, RI, is not routinely shared or analyzed by agencies. 512 It also noted that only those children and young people reported missing and perceived as medium to high risk receive a RI. 513. 31.3. In the London Borough of Tower Hamlets, an internal audit from January to December 2019 of 40 young people who regularly went missing identified that the quality of RIS needed to improve, that there needed to be better engagement and work with young people, and that episodes of children going missing were not routinely discussed or explored with the independent review officer. 514 in March and July 2020. Two multi-agency audits again found that the quality of RIS needed to improve. The causes of episodes of children going missing were not always understood and information obtained from RIS was not always used in safety planning. 515 separately. The Children's Society highlighted that the recommendations it made were not being followed, such that young people saw no point in talking to us. 516. 31.4. Ms. James accepted that, in Bristol, completion of RIS was at a very low level. In April 2018, when only 29% of children who went missing accepted an RI. In light of this, Bristol City Council introduced a missing from care coordinator and a reducing offending of children in care officer to track looked after children who go missing and report internally about whether they are at risk of exploitation. As a result of improvement action, 92% of 114 eligible children were offered an RI in June 2020 and 52% of them accepted one. 517. 32. The provision of RIS for children placed out of area has presented particular challenges to placing councils who are responsible for arranging for them to be done. Research has shown that data on carrying out RIS for children living away from home are limited. Children placed out of area were more likely to have their RI conducted by a social worker rather than a designated RI service. This led to delays and inadequate recording of information from the interview. 518. High numbers of children were moving between out-of-area care placements. 519. These problems are compounded by difficulties in information sharing between the police and placing authorities and the absence of a centralized mechanism to record episodes of going missing in relation to children who are placed out of area. 520. 510. John Pierce, the 23rd of September, 2020, 60/6-60/13. DUC 000763_003-004, DHP 000423_007. 511. DUC 000807_009, Mr. John Pierce, Director of Children and Young People's Services at Durham County Council, thought that there was a disconnect between missing episodes recorded on the police system and the children for whom they would undertake an RI, which made this figure unhelpful. John Pierce, the 23rd of September, 2020, 56/12-24. 512. INQ 006560_014. 513. INQ 006560_014. 514. LBT 004327. 515. LBT 004338_012 para 37. 516. INQ 005080_010 para 58. 517. And James, the 30th of September, 2020, 62/10-63/2-8. BSC 000316_012, BSC 000118_005, BSC 000139_006-007, BSC 000186_016-017 paras 75-79. BSC 0002840_020 para 84, OFS 012558_002. 518 NCA 0004009_092. 519 NCA 0004009_092. 520 DUC 000685_007 paras 3637, DUC 000793_005 paras 1920. Children who go missing. 95. 33 in 2018, St. Helens Council stopped commissioning Catch-22 to complete RIS for children placed in St. Helens by another local authority, unless that local authority paid for that service. Catch-22 considered that this led to a huge intelligence gap, as agencies in St. Helens are not aware of the risks posed to children in their area. This gap was also acknowledged as an area for development by the Street Helens Safeguarding Partnership and Merseyside Police, albeit considering it a national problem. 521. 34. The inquiry was told that missing practitioners from Warwickshire County Council carried out RIS when children were placed in the county by other authorities, and the information was shared with the placing authority. The council also stated that any sexual exploitation concerns would be followed up in the same way as for a Warwickshire child, with communication with the placing authority and local multi-agency meetings. 522. While the exploitation team should be informed of any out-of-area placements notified to the multi-agency safeguarding hub, not all placing authorities complied with the obligation to notify Warwickshire when placements were made. 35. In autumn 2018, Durham Constabulary initiated the Philomena Protocol, designed to coordinate and focus responses to young people in children's homes going missing. It encourages carers, staff, families and friends to compile information that could be used in the event of a young person going missing from care. 523. Durham Constabulary told us that fewer children were going missing from children's homes, which it partly attributed to the use of the protocol. 524. The Philomena Protocol was recently commended by the National Police Chiefs Council as an example of good practice and is being adopted by other forces. 525. 521. INQ 004944_004 para 2.5, MSP 000218_026 para 178, Vicky McKenna, the 28th of September, 2020 19/23-20/10, 23/11-24/13. 522. WCC 000236_013-014 paras 77, 79 and 81, 82. WCC 000420 paras 84, 86. WCC 000421. WCC 000422_002-003 paras 8 and 12. Nigel Minns, the 25th of September, 2021 05/10-106/15. 523. DUC 000685_006 paras 31, 32. DUC 000793_004 paras 17. 524 DHP 000440-035-036 paras 122125 and 135136, DHP 000456-035 paras 115119, INQ 005331-005. 525 NAP 000016-025-026, DHP 000440-046 para 166, WSP 000232-010 para 44. Part H. Profiling. 98. Profiling. H.1 Introduction. 1. The need for accurate profiles of the nature and extent of child sexual exploitation has been recognized since the 2013 reports on child sexual exploitation by the Home Affairs Committee and the Children's Commissioner. 526. 2. In March 2015, following a report by the chair of this inquiry on Rotherham, the Cabinet Office produced its Tackling Child Sexual Exploitation Plan. 527. In recognition of significant gaps in knowledge about child sexual exploitation, Home Office funding was provided from 2015 to 2018 to support the production of regional problem profiles, a form of data analysis coordinated through regional and organized crime units. 528. H.2 The purpose of problem profiles. 3. Problem profiling involves the drawing together of information about child sexual exploitation from different agencies into one place. The purpose of a problem profile should be to enable agencies to fully understand the nature and extent of the problem of sexual exploitation and to commission services, train staff and prioritize action based on an accurate picture. 526. Child sexual exploitation and the response to localized grooming. House of Commons Home Affairs Committee, 5 June 2013. HOM 003355. If only someone had listened. Office of the Children's Commissioner's Inquiry into Child Sexual Exploitation in Gangs and Groups. Final report November 2013. HOM 003339_078_093. 527. ADC 000023_003 para 2. 528. HOM 003378_017 para 6062. Profiling. 99. Warwickshire Police Child Exploitation Problem Profile. WSP 00208_002. 4. The Children's Commissioner's 2013 report made clear that a problem profile should include data about how many children and young people have been sexually exploited and how many are suspected of harmful sexual behavior with their peers. Intelligence on businesses and schools of concern, recognizing that these are good examples of locations where children may be at risk of sexual exploitation, and information on local street gangs and other networks, groups and individuals who present a risk of sexual harm to children and young people. 529. 5. A meaningful child sexual exploitation profile requires accurate data and intelligence. Ms. Catherine Riley, Portfolio Director for the Joint Criminal Justice Inspections and Protecting Vulnerable People Portfolio within Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, MICFAS, stated that a proper problem profile needs to be symbiotic, drawing information in from the partnership information held about a child or, indeed, an offender, and it also needs to be feeding information consistently into that partnership. 530. 6. The evidence considered in this investigation made clear that the child sexual exploitation profiles in the case study areas were inaccurate in a number of ways. 529 HOM 003339_093. 530 Catherine Riley, the 1st of October 2021 45/4-146/4. 100. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. H.3 Inaccurate prevalence information. 7. In Part B, we described the subjective and inconsistent process of flagging criminal offenses as child sexual exploitation. The case study evidence indicated that issues with the flagging process have often made the prevalence information provided in local profiles inaccurate. 7.1. The Durham Constabulary 2019 problem profile noted that where no explicit mention of grooming or exploitative techniques was mentioned by the inputting officer, crimes were classed as CSA, child sexual abuse, rather than E, child sexual exploitation. The police and local safeguarding partnership accepted that the consequence was that we could be underestimating the extent of child sexual exploitation in the local area. 531. 7.2. In Swansea, South Wales Police's 2019 problem profile indicated that due to the inconsistencies in reporting and use of the flag system, any occurrence where the exchange between victim and perpetrator is not clear has been categorized as child sexual abuse. It was accepted that this meant that there may have been significantly more occurrences that involve sexually exploiting a child than the profile reflected. 532. 7.3. The Pan-London profile, which included Tower Hamlets, identified gaps in intelligence due to, among other things, inconsistent flagging. 533. Some officers wrongly used the child sexual exploitation flag as there was no separate flag for child criminal exploitation until July 2019. 534. 7.4. In Bristol, cases flagged as sexual exploitation could have included criminal exploitation cases, until the system was changed so that cases could be flagged for both criminal and sexual exploitation. 535. Avon and Somerset Police's 2019 problem profile for Bristol recognized that discrepancies in the identification of CSE offences by officers in general has resulted in a high number either being wrongly identified as CSE or not being identified as CSE. Officer and staff understanding of what constitutes CSE offences is lacking in some areas. Frequently we are seeing occurrences where the CSE flag is used without any evidence of exploitation, but in addition there are also incidents where there is clear exploitation, where the offence determination is not being used. 536. The force also noted that, while 464 offences were flagged on its niche system, a manual review identified that only 276 met the definition of child sexual exploitation. There were also 177 offences which involved child sexual exploitation which had not been flagged. 531 DHP 000379_013, Michael Banks, the 23rd of September 2020, 93/3-94/7. 532 SWP 000079_007_014. SWP 000151_013-014 paras 1.41.41. 533 MPS 004318_014-015 paras 6061. 534 Sue Williams, the 29th of September 2021, 16/14-23, 117/5-23. 535 Ann James, the 30th of September 2020, 43/25-45/4, 89/4-4-8. BSC 000186_007-008 paras 2731, BSC 000082_004, BSC 000317_002, BSC 000284_010 para 40. 536 USP 000438_021. Profiling. 101. H.4 Failures to record victim and perpetrator ethnicity. 8. There were widespread failures to record data about the ethnicity of both perpetrators and victims in the case study areas. In Durham, data provided for 2018/19 showed that ethnicity was not recorded for suspects in 35% of 1,900 cases of child sexual abuse and exploitation, and for 14% of 1,138 victims. Separate figures for sexual exploitation were not provided, 537. In Swansea, across the South Wales police area, less than half of the 56 incidents of child sexual exploitation in 2018/19 recorded the victim's ethnicity, 538. In the Warwickshire 2019 profile, the ethnicity of over 40% of 137 perpetrators and over 50% of 162 victims of child sexual exploitation was unknown, 539. In St Helens, Merseyside police noted that, between April 2017 and March 2019, 41% of 435 victims and 28% of 217 alleged perpetrators of child sexual abuse and exploitation did not provide their ethnicity. Separate figures for sexual exploitation were not provided, 540. In the Tower Hamlets 2019 profile, ethnicity was not recorded for 86% of offenders involved in 147 reports of child sexual exploitation and 14% of 166 victims of child sexual exploitation in the Central East Area BCU, 541 and in Bristol, the ethnicity of 28% of 137 suspects and 19% of 474 children at risk of child sexual exploitation was unknown or unrecorded. 542. 9. Internal research by Avon and Somerset Police in 2020 highlighted that some of its systems did not make it easy to record ethnicity. It was sometimes not clear who is responsible for recording ethnicity. There was some lack of knowledge about how to record ethnicity and why it is important, and some officers were not confident in asking members of the public to define their ethnicity. 543. 10 as set out in Part B, collating accurate and reliable data on the ethnicity of victims and perpetrators has long been recognized as an important exercise. The failures to do so in the case study areas mean that the police and other agencies in those areas are unable to identify local patterns and trends of child sexual exploitation in respect of ethnicity. This is compounded by the subsuming of data about child sexual exploitation victims and perpetrators within the wider category of child sexual abuse and exploitation, detrimentally affecting the quality of data that is produced and so the adequacy of the response by institutions, including to children who have already been abused. 537 DHP 000440_016 para 54, David Orford, the 23rd of September 2021 22/2-122/16. 538 SWP 000151_003 para 1.4. 539 WSP 000208_024, WSP 000208_022, Peter Hill, the 25th of September 2021 29/15-21. 540 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 27/2-14, MSP 000218_005-006 paras 2931, MSP 000220_005. 541 MPS 004300_010, MPS 004318_005 para 15. The Metropolitan Police Service operates across London in 12 basic command units, BCU, which cover the different London boroughs. The Central East Area BCU encompasses the boroughs of Hackney and Tower Hamlets. 542 ASP 000221. 543 ASP 000484_002-003 paras 611. 102. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. H.5. Lack of information about perpetrator groups. 11. It was clear from the evidence that none of the police forces or local authorities in the case study areas in this investigation had an accurate understanding of networks sexually exploiting children in their area. 12. Durham Constabulary's 2019 problem profile noted that its sample contained examples where more than one person will offend against the child at the same time, which Deputy Chief Constable, DCC, David Orford acknowledged would fit the inquiry's definition of organized networks. 544. Despite this, no evidence was provided about the number of cases of child sexual exploitation by networks using the inquiry's definition. The profile suggested that lone offenders remain the key threat. To date, there is no evidence of organized group offending, although that term, taken from the College of Policing guidance, is narrower than the inquiry's definition. 545. The Force's Operational Threat and Risk Document, dated October 2019, noted under information gaps that no OCGs, organized crime groups, were mapped for child sexual abuse and exploitation locally or regionally. 546 DCC Orford spoke of the difficulty in being absolutely certain that an OCG had its entire focus on exploiting children. 547. This is another definition, which appears to further limit the type of group of abusers being considered by Durham Constabulary. 13. In the evidence disclosed to us, there were examples in Swansea of child sexual exploitation by organised networks, using the inquiry's definition. For example, 4 individuals were described in an October 2019 report as linked in one way or another to each other and displaying inappropriate sexual behavior towards vulnerable young persons. 548. There were also networks referred to in the case study of CSA 56 and in the case of CSB 319, referred to by the City and County of Swansea Council. 549. These instances of exploitation by networks or groups should have been identified by the police and the local authority. However, South Wales Police incorrectly told us that there were no data to suggest sexual exploitation by organised networks, whether according to the inquiry's definition or at all, and no data to support suggestions that there is a gang-related CSE issue within the Swansea area. 550. Detective Chief Superintendent Daniel Richards accepted in evidence that there is a likelihood that there are organised criminal networks that we haven't discovered and that increased county lines activities meant there was an increased likelihood of sexual exploitation. 551. 14 CSA2 reported in April 2017 that there was a network of older people abusing her daughter in Warwickshire, but, in her view, this was not explored because the police did not recognise it as a network due to the perceived absence of other criminal activity. 552. Police operations, such as Operation Jive, indicated that there were associations between perpetrators. 553. Nonetheless, Warwickshire Police's October 2019 problem profile did not record any groups or networks involved in or perpetrating child sexual exploitation in 544 DHP 000379_014, DHP 000456_013 para 34. 545 DHP 000379_002, DHP 000456_012 para 31. 546 DHP 000492_006. 547 David Orford, the 23rd of September 2021 16/19-117/5. 548 SWP 000085_011-012. 549 CSA 56, the 24th of September 2020 37/6-38/12, SCC 000550_028 paras 148152. 550 SWP 000151_008 para 1.27. SWP 000163_002-003 para 6, SWP 000151_016 para 1.49, SWP 000151_040 para 3.21. 551 Daniel Richards, the 24th of September 2021 15/17-116/11, 135/7-14. 552 CS to the 25th of September 2020 17/23-19/23, 53/18-54/5. 553 Operation Jive was an operation in Warwickshire which led to the arrest of 3 perpetrators in 2018. 2 of the case study children, CS 151 and CS 146, were victims who were identified in the operation. At least one of the perpetrators was identified as linked to a gang in Coventry. WSP 000206_007-010 Paras 3037. Profiling 103. The County 554 Detective Superintendent Peter Hill told us that organized criminal gangs exploiting young people were relatively rare, although he recognized exploitation was more often by disorganized groups with loose associations such as through friendship groups or interactions through social media. 555 It appears that Warwickshire Police conducted little, if any, analysis of the extent to which child sexual exploitation was being committed by groups or networks. 556. 15 St Helens 2018 Problem Profile considered organized criminality but did not identify any OCGs engaged in child sexual exploitation. 557 However, Assistant Chief Constable, ACC, Ian Critchley told us that, as at September 2019, Merseyside Police had identified 11 OCGs for the Merseyside region with child sexual exploitation as a primary or secondary crime type. 558. Other evidence provided to the inquiry by Merseyside Police, however, showed that there were instances of child sexual exploitation which involved a group/gang. 559 ACC Critchley explained that networks involved in exploitation tended to incorporate online exploitation, county lines and sexual exploitation. 560 In November 2019, there were 3 live cases of child sexual exploitation by organized networks being investigated in this local authority area, but there were no ongoing investigations by August 2020. 561 ACC Critchley said, however, that there was only a limited amount of resource to identify children who are vulnerable to sexual exploitation by a group not formally classed as an OCG. As a result, in St Helens, networks not formally classed as OCGs did not appear to be a focus of the policing response to child sexual exploitation. 16 In Tower Hamlets, as at November 2019, there was no identified evidence of organized networks being investigated within this policing area currently, albeit the Metropolitan Police Service considered that a gang model was more prevalent in other parts of London. 562 The 2019 Problem Profile covering Tower Hamlets and Hackney identified that 15% of all child sexual exploitation reports in 2018/19 showed links to gangs or organized groups. The figure for Tower Hamlets alone was 9%. Its overview accepted that young people affected by, or associated with, gangs are at high risk of sexual exploitation. 563 Commander Sue Williams explained that, when looking at organized criminal networks, the force used the Serious Crime Act 2015 definition, that of OCGs. On that basis, she said, what we have seen is a number of adults in various locations, but not necessarily seen as an organized criminal network. 564 The Metropolitan Police Service told us that there were no cases or issues with child sexual exploitation by networks in Tower Hamlets, using the inquiry's definition. 565. Given the breadth of the inquiry's definition of a network, this cannot be right. 17 Mr. Richard Baldwin, Divisional Director for Children's Social Care at the London Borough of Tower Hamlets, said that there was no evidence to suggest that currently any of the young people, with cases, opened through the Pan-London Sexual Exploitation Operating Protocol are part of organised networks. 566 He said that the local authority had not identified 554 WSP 000208. 555 Peter Hill, the 25th of September 2021 61/21-162/8. 556 WSP 000206_008 paras 3334. 557 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 24/15-125/5, MSP 000322_001 para 3. 558 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 28/13-17. 559 MSP 000172_001. 560 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2020 38/1-39/18. 561 MSP 000218_011 para 78. MSP 000322_001 para 3. 562 MPS 004318_010 para 42. Sue Williams, the 29th of September 2021 38/10-13. 563 MPS 004300_002_007. 564 Sue Williams, the 29th of September 2021 73/20-175/13. 565 MPS 004584_005 paras 22/23. 566 LBT 004214_026 para 89. 104. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Any cases of sexual exploitation by networks applying the definition of an OCG. 567 Applying the inquiry's definition of an organized network, Mr. Baldwin considered that 4 operations within the borough would fall under that definition. 568 He acknowledged, however, that just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean to say it's not there, and, clearly, we need to remain very open and alive to the fact that organized networks are, an element of exploitation. 569. 18 Avon and Somerset Police had considerable information about potential perpetrators in Bristol, as a result of its Topaz Risk Assessment Profile (TRAP) system described below. In 2019, this showed 510 potential adult perpetrators of child sexual exploitation within the force area, of whom 290 were flagged to Operation Topaz and were reviewed and assessed as posing a potential risk to children. Of the 290 flagged, 236 were within Bristol. 570 despite this significant number of adults who posed a risk to children, there was less information about offender networks. Avon and Somerset Police's 2019 problem profile noted that the police had not identified significant OCG involvement in child sexual exploitation. 571. The majority of offenders offend alone or with small groups which are socially motivated, and any incidents that have involved groups have not been in a traditional organized groups structure but rather a loose collection of associates who may be involved in other criminal activity. 572. The second and third groups would be regarded as an organized network according to the inquiry's definition, and we do not know the number of cases falling within this definition. 573. When asked about this, Chief Superintendent William White of Avon and Somerset Police referred to work that had been done to map the connections between different victims and different potential subjects. He explained that networks using the inquiry's definition were difficult to segment and added, in terms of the overall picture of networks around CSE, what we know is, there's lots of people involved with that and there's lots of potential groups, but to define them as different networks is virtually impossible. 574. H.6. Other aspects of profile inaccuracy. 19. In addition to the flagging issues summarized above, profiling in the case study areas was poor in other respects. Typically the profile was no more than a snapshot in time, based on inaccurate or incomplete data. 19.1. Durham Constabulary's 2019 problem profile only considered data over a period of 3 months. 575. While DCC Orford suggested that this was a comprehensive problem profile, the profile itself stated that the 3-month sample size did not lend. 567. Richard Baldwin, the 29th of September, 2020, the 21st of September, 1924. 568. LBT 004289_018 para 61. 569. Richard Baldwin, the 29th of September, 2020 20/21-21/8. 570. ASP 000438_015. 571. ASP 000438_015-017. 572. ASP 000438_015-017. 573. ASP 000438_017. 574. William White, the 30th of September, 2021 13/11-114/21, ASP 000199_021, Figure 5. 575. DHP 000379_002_013, DHP 000456_011 para 29. Profiling. 105. Itself to adequate analysis of child sexual exploitation. 576. DCC Orford explained it as an Initial snapshot due to resourcing challenges, but, given that the purpose of the profile was to analyze child sexual abuse and exploitation, this was a fundamental problem and an unsatisfactory explanation. 577. 19.2. Merseyside Police completed a serious and organised crime local problem profile for St Helens in December 2018. Although ACC Critchley explained that there was an initial plan to complete a further profile in December 2019, this was not completed due to a focus on other areas of Merseyside at that time and a reduction in staffing. 578. Merseyside Police is therefore operating on the basis of data which may not accurately reflect the current position in St Helens. 19.3. In the Metropolitan Police Service's 2019 problem profile, which included Tower Hamlets, 31% of reports did not specify the type of child sexual exploitation suffered by a victim. 579. There was also little information about the level of risk to a child, which was missing in 39% of crime reports considered, and the vulnerabilities of the child. 580. The profile stated that a notable absence of higher harm CSE cases featured heavily in the interview data from exploitation-focused partners. These participants stated their concern over the low volume of high-harm CSE cases as it was not reflecting the situation as they saw it. 581. H.7, Predictive Analytics. 20. Avon and Somerset Police uses modeling to collect data about offenders, through the TRAP system. 582. This identifies suspects from a cohort of subjects, who are given a score indicative of their risk of carrying out child sexual exploitation offences. A score is based on a number of factors which are common to identified suspects, such as having sexual offences, violent offences, antisocial behaviour, drugs, criminality with children, links to MISBERs, missing persons, links to gangs and organised crime groups and trafficking. 583. Officers within Operation Topaz then consider whether to flag an individual based on that score and other intelligence, before deciding whether and how to intervene based on the views of the analyst, the researcher, the police sergeant and partners, as well as the score. 584. From TRAP. A weekly offender list is circulated between multi-agency partners, which includes the reason why each subject has been identified. 585. 21. Bristol City Council uses its Think Family database to create a profile of children at risk of sexual exploitation. This brings together 35 different datasets about children from education, housing services, the police, welfare systems, the number of episodes of children going missing and mental health concerns. 586. The Insight team, funded jointly with the police, used that data to create a predictive risk model to analyze the extent to which 576 DHP 000440_010 para 34, DHP 000379_013. 577. David Orford, the 23rd of September, 2021 14/13-115/12. DHP 000456_009 para 23. 578. Ian Critchley, the 28th of September, 2021-23/13-124/2, there is also a pan-Merseyside child sexual exploitation problem profile, which was completed in January 2016, MSP 0002223_001 The local St Helens profile identified the main vulnerabilities in St Helens as being child sexual exploitation, human trafficking and modern slavery, MSP 0000224. 579 MPS 004576040, Sue Williams, the 29th of September 2021 24/20-125/6. 580 MPS 0043000_003. 581 MPS 004576037. 582 USP 0003221_014-015 Paras 5758. USP 0000434_003-004 Paras 1015. 583 William White, the 30th of September 2021 03/19-104/7. 584 USP 0000484_004-005 Paras 1416. William White, the 30th of September 2021 05/16-23. 585 C. For example, USP 00043_001_003. 586 BSC 0000290, USP 0002118_002. 106. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Children are at risk of sexual exploitation. 587 The model produces an initial score for each child based on known risk factors, such as episodes of going missing. The risk level is then analyzed, based on wider information. 588. 22 The Think Family database also produces a weekly, automated list of children at heightened risk of sexual exploitation, which is provided to Avon and Somerset polices. Operation Topaz. This list is then analyzed alongside flags on the Operation Topaz system to create a victim list which is shared with partner agencies at multi-agency meetings every 4 weeks. 589 In June 2020, for example, more than 1,000 children in the force area were identified as at heightened risk of sexual exploitation. 590 Avon and Somerset police told us that this allows them to understand who may be vulnerable to sexual exploitation so that it can support them proactively, rather than reactively when they come to the attention of professionals. 591. 23 The use of predictive analytics to identify children at risk in Bristol and elsewhere has been subject to press comment and academic review. 592 Concerns have been raised about the quality of the data input into the model, the risk of reinforcing the errors and biases of those making the original records, and the potential to focus on factors linked to socio-economic and racial discrimination. 593 Bristol City Council responded to many of the issues raised and was clear that the model identified vulnerability but did not replace professional judgment. 594 It described the model as mirroring It's not predicting you will be sexually exploited, it's saying you are demonstrating exactly the same characteristics and behaviors as someone who was sexually exploited. 595. 24 Bristol's statistical analysis of the model in September 2020 found it to have very strong precision. How accurately the model found those who go on to be sexually exploited. And very strong recall, the percent of young people that were sexually exploited that the model found. 596. 25 However, research published in September 2020 by What Works for Children's Social Care was more cautious about predictive models in other areas. It found that, of predictive models used in 4 different areas, none had sufficient precision to be considered a success. They missed 4 out of every 5 children at risk, false negatives, and of the children the models did identify as being at risk, they were wrong 6 out of 10 times, false positives. The improved collection and use of data is critical to the response to child sexual exploitation. But it is important that agencies do not over-rely upon it. Caution must be exercised. Predictive analytics on its own may produce too many misleading assessments. While it may be a helpful supplement, predictive analytics should not be used as a principal tool. 587 BSC 000288, INQ 005324_048. 588 BSC 000288, BSC 000314. 589 USP 000321_012-014 Paras 5155. BSC 000186_003 Para 12. 590 USP 000487, William White, the 30th of September 2021 03/13-104/7. 591 USP 000522_003 Para 10. 592 INQ 005323, INQ 005325, INQ 005328_0010005_028036036_0750883, INQ 005324, INQ 005322. 593 For example, some datasets, such as arrest records, have a lot of errors. INQ 005328_034, an ethics review carried out in January 2020 identified that the major problem with using predictive analytics in children's social care is that the features that are indicative of social disadvantage and deprivation, and that are simultaneously linked to socio-economic and racial discrimination, are also highly predictive of the adverse outcomes used to measure child maltreatment and neglect. INQ 005322_035. 594 and James, the 30th of September 2020, the 26th of May 2016. INQ 005324_048, BSC 000284_009-010 Para 39. 595 INQ 005328_032. 596 BSC 000314_010. Profiling. 107. H.8 Improving profiling in the future. 26 The inadequacy of profiles, as described above, reflects a problem throughout England. and Wales. 27 MICFAs noted that other forces either do not have problem profiles at all or they are poorly populated and not updated. 597. 28 This is also emblematic of wider concerns about the recording of child sexual exploitation by police forces. A recent investigative report by The Times identified that at Dyfed-Powys Police, 9 of 10 crimes categorized as child sexual exploitation were misrecorded, according to a 2018 report. Lancashire Police's 15-year-old IT system was described in an internal 2018 report as not fit for the changing nature of child exploitation. Around half of the child exploitation cases in 1 year had not been flagged correctly by Hertfordshire Police, according to an internal 2019 report, and in 2021 West Yorkshire Police admitted that an intelligence database including information on perpetrators could not be easily searched by officers. 598. 29 These data issues may be part of the reason why the government still does not provide an annual child sexual exploitation overview or profile, as recommended by the Children's Commissioner in 2013. 599. 30 In 2016, following Time to Listen joint thematic inspection, which looked at responses to child sexual exploitation and missing children, the Care Quality Commission recommended the appointment of a dedicated professional in each area who has access to all the information held by different agencies to ensure that children at heightened risk and the profile of offenders is understood and managed. 600 This recommendation has been acted upon by some clinical commissioning groups, CCGs, and local safeguarding children partnerships, LSCPs, but not consistently. 601. 31 The National Police Chiefs Council's ongoing Tackling Organised Exploitation project intends, in the long term, to establish permanent national exploitation hubs to harvest and assess intelligence data, and analyze and understand patterns of offending. 602 It remains to be seen whether this helps to resolve the issues identified. We note that local police forces which are performing well with profiling are those with dedicated analysts who are continually updating databases. 603. 597 Catherine Riley 1 October 2021 45/4-146/4. 598 Police covered up failings on child sex cases. The Times 27 May 2021, INQ 006495. We understand that Hertfordshire Police is taking steps in an attempt to improve this situation. The position in relation to West Yorkshire was connected with the functionality of the niche database, used by several police forces. We understand that West Yorkshire Police has taken steps to address this issue. 599 HOM 003339_078_093, Christian Papalianshire 1 October 2020 15 April 1923. 600 HOM 0033364, Rosie Bennyworth 1 October 2021 49/4-150/8. 601 Rosie Bennyworth 1 October 2021 49/18-150/21, INQ 005462_050. CQC 0000371_010 para 29. 602 NAP 00015_002 para 5. 603 Catherine Riley, the 1st of October 2021 45/4-4-146/4. 108. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. 32 The Home Office's December 2020 paper said that a commitment to improve the collection and analysis of data on group-based child sexual exploitation, including in relation to characteristics of offenders such as ethnicity and other factors, will be included in the forthcoming Tackling Child Sexual Abuse strategy. In the future, further research could be commissioned to triangulate between police data, court records and other data sources to provide a more reliable picture of the characteristics of offenders. 604. 33 In its 2021 Tackling Child Sexual Abuse strategy, the government committed to several measures with relevance to problem profiling, including enhancing the Child Exploitation Disruption Toolkit to provide strategic guidance to local agencies in profiling, preventing and disrupting this form of offending, engaging with criminal justice partners, academics, think tanks, charities and frontline professionals on improving the range, quality and analysis of data collected on offender and victim characteristics to help protect children by preventing and detecting offending, and investing in regional analysts to continue to develop a quarterly data collection on the totality of the child sexual abuse cases undertaken by police forces, as well as refreshing the child sexual abuse and exploitation operations database, which will capture details of victims and offender numbers, characteristics and modus operandi. 605. 604 HOM 003399_005_053. 605 Tackling Child Sexual Abuse Strategy, HM Government, 2021, INQ 006448_039-041. Part I. Disruption, Investigation and Prosecution. 110. Disruption, Investigation and Prosecution. I.1. Introduction. 1. Police forces and local authorities use a range of tactics to disrupt child sexual exploitation. These include direct disruption, using notices and orders against individual suspects and arresting them for criminal offenses. Arrests, even if not for a sexual offense, can have the effect of preventing the suspect from continuing to sexually exploit children. Indirect disruption, focusing on others linked to a suspect and their activities, such as those who supply hire cars to suspects, and locational disruption, concentrating on the places where sexual exploitation takes place, such as a park or a house, or which support the exploitation in some way, such as a car used to transport victims. 2. There are a number of disruption mechanisms. 2.1. Child abduction warning notices, CAWNs, may be issued by the police against a potential offender. Although CAWNs were designed to be used in potential cases of abduction, we heard that police forces may use them where grooming or exploitation is suspected but there is insufficient evidence of an offense having been committed to make an arrest. The CAWN will inform a suspect that they are not permitted to associate with a named child and, if they continue to do so, they may be arrested for an abduction offense under the Child Abduction Act 1984 and Children Act 1989. There are no statutory or legislative provisions dealing specifically with the issue of warning notices, but the Home Office Toolkit provides guidance on when and how CAWNs can be used, and more detailed guidance is provided by the National Police Chiefs Council. 606. 2.2. Sexual Risk Orders, SROs, and Sexual Harm Prevention Orders, SHPOs, can include a range of restrictions if necessary to protect the public from sexual harm. For example, they might prohibit individuals from contact with children or certain Internet use. 607. SROs can be made where there has been no conviction but the person is proven, to the criminal standard of proof, to have committed an act of a sexual nature, whilst SHPOs can be made after a person has been convicted of a sexual offense. 608. 606 HOM003365_008, NAP 000027. 607 HOM003365_017-018. 608 SROs were considered by the inquiry in the context of including restrictions on foreign travel in the children outside the United Kingdom. Investigation Report, January 2020. The inquiry considered whether the standard of proof for SROs should be lowered or whether applicants should be permitted to rely on closed evidence, but did not consider that these reforms would be likely to lead to a substantial increase in the number of orders being made. See 24p, para 28, sections 103A and 122A of the Sexual Offences Act 2003. Disruption, investigation and prosecution. 111. 2.3. Section 49 of the Children Act 1989 makes it a criminal offence to knowingly and without lawful authority or reasonable excuse take or keep a child, who is the subject of a care order, an emergency protection order, or who is in police protection, away from care, or encourage, assist or incite them to run away from care. 609. 2.4. The police or local authority can apply for a recovery order if a child has been unlawfully taken or kept away from a person with lawful control of the child, which requires the child to be returned and information about the whereabouts of the child to be disclosed to police. 610. 2.5. Longer-term disruption methods include youth service providers conducting outreach work in areas of concern. These can be a useful source of intelligence for police. 611. 3. In April 2019, the Home Office published a National Child Exploitation Disruption Toolkit to present options for disruption action for all local agencies, not just those directly involved in law enforcement. It also includes best practice in information sharing and multi-agency working, as well as intelligence and evidence gathering. 612. The various inspectorates are important in identifying weaker practices and improving consistency and quality. 613. I.2. Effectiveness of disruption tactics in the case study areas. 4 institutions in each of the 6 case study areas appeared to recognize the importance of proactively disrupting perpetrators of child sexual exploitation and those posing a risk to children, rather than simply responding to allegations. However, the individual children's cases reviewed by the inquiry often demonstrated that these tactics had not secured adequate protection for the children. 5. Generally, the use of SROs and SHPOs to disrupt child sexual exploitation appears to be low. This reflects the evidence the inquiry heard in the second phase of its Children Outside the United Kingdom investigation. 614. 6 CAWNs were the most commonly used disruption mechanism in relation to child sexual exploitation, but there is a risk that they will be used as an easier alternative to investigation and prosecution. Additionally, they are by nature limited to child abduction and therefore will not effectively address sexual exploitation taking place by other means, such as online exploitation. 7 Disruption tactics were sometimes used but were not well recorded. The 2020 inspection report on Durham Constabulary by McFors noted that there was good use of CAWNs to protect children from perpetrators. 615 Although they were not visible within Durham Constabulary's police systems, making it difficult to search across systems to see whether they had been used. 616 In Street Helens, Merseyside Police accepted that the information on the extent to which Merseyside Police had used each of the disruption tactics from the toolkit. 609 INQ 004929_030, Section 49 Children Act 1989. 610 HOM 003365_011. 611 HOM 003365_049. 612 Christian Papaliantia 1st of October 2020 38/7-24, HOM 003365. 613 Christian Papaliantia 1st of October 2020 44/1-45/15. 614 Children Outside the United Kingdom, Investigation Report, January 2020, B1-B3, pp 18-24. 615 INQ 005331_013. 616 David Orford 23rd of September 2021 29/22-130/16, INQ 005331_025. 112. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organised Networks, Investigation Report. Was not easily available. 617 Warwickshire Police also accepted that not all the disruption tactics used are formally recorded in a format that can identify which tactics have been used and when. A review is being completed on how disruption tactics can be better recorded so that the information is readily available and can help develop the response to child sexual exploitation. 618. 8. It is important that the use and effectiveness of disruption techniques can be audited easily. The data gathered should also be used to inform problem profiles that are created. In many of the areas considered by the inquiry, there was a lack of evaluation of the disruption strategy, perhaps because of the inability to access and analyze data on the techniques. 9. The ability of Durham Constabulary and other police forces to disrupt child sexual exploitation may have been adversely affected by the deficiencies in their problem profiling work. Durham Constabulary has a sexual behavior analysis team which identifies individuals posing a risk to children and then produces a problem or target profile to disrupt that risk. 619. It also has a multi-agency disruption and intervention panel, used to disrupt organized crime. Groups suspected to be involved in child sexual exploitation and modern-day slavery. 620. However, it does not have organized crime groups mapped for sexual offending. This illustrates the difficulties caused by using the definition of organized crime groups in this context, rather than considering networks more widely. The 2020 MICFA's inspection report on Durham Constabulary found limited evidence of disruption activity, hotspot locations patrolling or taskings in relation to known child sexual exploitation perpetrators. 621. 10. There was some evidence of Durham Constabulary issuing CAWNs to disrupt child sexual exploitation in relation to the case study children. CSA 29 was sexually exploited between the ages of 13 and 15. 2 adult males, aged 19, were issued with CAWNs when the child went missing and was found to have spent the night with them. 622. 11. However, there are concerns about the disruption efforts in some of the other Durham cases. 12. CSA 114 had a pregnancy terminated when she was 13. She later disclosed to a police community support officer that she was 12 at the time she became pregnant and also disclosed the name of a 17-year-old male who was responsible for the pregnancy. The offense was wrongly recorded as sexual intercourse with a female aged 13 and the police closed the case as not resolved due to evidential difficulties. 623. The offense was not treated with the gravity it merited. It should have been investigated as an offense of rape against a child under 13 years. Some time later, the police made an arrest of another male for abduction in respect of CSA 114. The suspect had previously been issued with a CAWN and he was remanded in custody for a short time. 624. 13. CSA 50 was seen getting into cars with older men when aged 13. She also had social media contact with strangers and had been seen by her father climbing out of the window of someone else's house whilst missing from home. Although her father was able to identify the 617 MSP 000218_014 paras 9192, MSP 000223_008 para 29. 618 WSP 000206_009-010 paras 3738. WSP 000176_015 para 52. 619 DHP 000440_018-019 para 61. DHP 000456_026-027 para 7780. 620 DHP 000440_018 para 60, DHP 000456_026 para 7576. 621 INQ 005331_025. 622 CSA 29 the 29th of October 2020 the 10th of June 2010. 623 CSA 114 the 29th of October 2020 the 14th of April 2020. DUC 000801_004, DUC 000802_001 007 009 624 CS 114 the 29th of October 2020 15/16-16/4 DHP 000545 Disruption, Investigation and Prosecution 113 Address of the house, and this was recorded in a child sexual exploitation assessment. There was no police investigation of whose cars she was getting into or who owned the house that she was seen leaving. 625 Later the same year, a strategy meeting heard that there were concerns that this child was being groomed by a male who lived near her. Responsibility to investigate this was left with Children's Social Care. 626 Durham Constabulary should have taken action to investigate these matters. 14 In Swansea, examples of successful disruption by South Wales Police included placing a child in police protection, disrupting a specific address on the premise of antisocial behaviour, and encouraging inspections of a takeaway about which concerns were raised. 627 The City and County of Swansea Council has also requested a number of corns, used passport markers, engaged with the National Referral Mechanism 628 and communicated with housing services where there are properties of concern. 15 There were also examples of proactive disruption activity in relation to CS of 56. This included encouraging her to submit a Clare's Law application 629 and the use of CAWNs. The police also worked with housing authorities to restrict access to the premises which CS of 56 was using, and collaborated with the Regional Organised Crime Unit in relation to County Lines activity. 630. 16 However, there was also evidence of missed opportunities for disruption in particular cases in Swansea. An internal review conducted by South Wales Police in March 2020 identified a series of missed disruption opportunities in relation to alleged perpetrators. One was the subject of similar allegations in the past, regarding sexual exploitation of young people doing work experience with him, but was never spoken to formally, with the case being closed with no rationale given. No child sexual exploitation flag was placed on his record, no referral was made for him to be discussed as a potentially dangerous person, and no application for an SRO was made, even though the frequency and similarities of the allegations would have made him a likely candidate for such an order. 631 Other similar issues were identified in relation to other alleged perpetrators outside of Swansea but within the force area. 632 In light of his experience in collating evidence for the inquiry, Detective Chief Superintendent Daniel Richards confirmed that South Wales Police would carry out a similar review of all individuals identified as actual or potential perpetrators of child sexual exploitation, to assess the management of the risk they pose and how that is being managed on an annual basis. 633. 17 Warwickshire Police issued 15 CAWNs in 2018/19 and has used disruption tactics on licensed premises, including issuing hotel notices against 5 different hotels in the last 2 years. 634. 625 DHP 000558_009-011 626 DHP 000579_009 Paras 2931. 627 SWP 000151_017-019 Paras 1.48 1.55. 628 INQ 006444. 629 This is an application for a police force to disclose information relating to an individual's past offending to a potential victim of abuse, also known as the Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme. 630 Daniel Richards, the 24th of September 2021 62/1-163/6. County lines is defined in Part C. 631 Both of these would have meant that he was managed by MOSAVO, the Managing Sexual Offenders and Violent Offenders Unit, SWP 000162, SWP 000162_009 Row 6. 632 SWP 000162_009-010 Rows 7 and 10. 633 SWP 000155_003-004 Paras 7-8. 634 WSP 000176_014-019 Paras 51 and 64. WSP 000206_010 Para 37. 114. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. 18 However, it accepted that it had been too slow in using CAWNs in 2017 in relation to the sexual exploitation of CSA-1. The child's mother, CSA-2, was also given conflicting information by police about when a CORN was considered to have been breached. The police also accepted missed opportunities to use other options such as recovery orders when CSA-1 was aged 14 and particularly spending time with one older male. CSA-2 described the disruption tactics used as causing just a small dent in her daughter's abuse. 635 This child was frequently missing whilst at high risk of child sexual exploitation. 19 Warwickshire Police conducted an investigation into males who were suspected of having sexually exploited CSA 300. It reported that delays in the examination of the suspects' phones were likely to slow down the investigation. The child's carer reported incidents that suggested the child was being stalked and that the child was very embarrassed about being asked the details of sexual assaults by a female police officer. It is unclear what action, if any, the police took in relation to the stalking allegations. 636. 20 In St Helens, the 2018 inspection of Merseyside Police by McFors identified the limited use of CAWNs as a tactic for disruption and prevention. 637 Improvement has been slow since then. An internal review showed that from 253 episodes of children going missing between October and December 2019, only 2 CAWNs had been issued. Merseyside police accepted that there were a very limited number of CAWNs issued and that there had been missed opportunities in the use of CAWNs as a disruption mechanism. 638 Merseyside police appears to have made relatively little use of civil orders. In the 2-year period ending September 2019, it applied for only 3 SROs and 1 SHPO. 639. 21. Although missing coordinators should regularly look for opportunities to issue a CORN. If a child is found with an adult, an internal review in St. Helens has revealed that Merseyside police officers were not probing children enough on where they had been and with whom when found after an episode of going missing. 640. 22. CSA 212 and CSA 71 were sexually exploited outside the St. Helens area, across police force boundaries. Merseyside police did share information to assist another force to disrupt perpetrators, but that other force issued CAWNs to the abusers of CSA 212 rather than taking substantive action and the case being taken to the Crown Prosecution Service. 641. 23. There were numerous failures to investigate the possible sexual exploitation of CSA 26 in St. Helens, including when aged 11 she was found drunk in a park with older males. When an older male took her to a holiday park for several nights and when the police found CSA 26, aged 13, in bed with an older male and another male hiding under the bed. The following year, it was discussed in a multi-agency meeting that CSA 26 was having sex with a named 17-year-old. Despite the known child sexual exploitation risk, the male was not interviewed until at least 7 months later and ultimately no further action was taken because he denied the offence. Merseyside police acknowledged that the police and partnership response should have been more considered and rigorous in relation to the males that this child was found with. 642. 635. CSA 2 the 25th of September 2020 57/1-59/16. 636. CSA 300 the 2nd of October 2020 _91/2-92/11. 637. MSP 000296027. 638. Ian Critchley the 28th of September 2021 40/9-141/21, MSP 000322_002 para 9, MSP 000218_012 para 82. 639. MSP 000528_002 para 10. 640. MSP 000322_001-002 paras 57. 641. Ian Critchley the 28th of September 2021 54/11-155/20. 642. Ian Critchley the 28th of September 2021 49/20-151/25, STH 000463, STH 000448, STH 000451_001-007. Disruption, investigation and prosecution. 115. 24. The Children's Society, which provides a commissioned service to support missing and looked after children and children with disabilities in Tower Hamlets, was critical of the London Borough of Tower Hamlets' practice with respect to disruption. Its view was that disruption strategies were often not shared with the Children's Society. Little was being done on disruption apart from within the hotel industry. The use of intelligence reporting across services was low, which prevented early disruption measures being utilized, and there was a training need within the local authority to ensure more proactivity around disruption and intelligence at the early stage of a case. 643. 25. In recent years, the Metropolitan Police Service has used CAWNs against young victims to stop them associating with one another. 644. Disruption tactics should be primarily aimed at perpetrators and locations where it is occurring. Restrictive measures such as CAWNs may be appropriate to use against younger perpetrators, but they should not be used against young and vulnerable victims of sexual exploitation. 26. CSA 81 was a Tower Hamlets child. 2 males were arrested and issued with CAWNs. The Metropolitan Police Service was planning the use of CAWNs against the child when she was 13 years old, with threats of arrest to stop her from associating with her peer group. 645. This was challenged by Children's Social Care, which was concerned that a CAWN would criminalize CSA 81. 646. 27. CSA 21 had been sexually exploited at the age of 15, when she disclosed that she was attending parties with adult males where she was supplied with alcohol and drugs and expected to take part in sexual acts. She described these as UC parties. The Metropolitan Police Service response was weak. The child was not spoken to by officers for 5 weeks after the case was opened. The police also told a multi-agency meeting that the parties the child was attending where there were older men, alcohol and drugs were not UC parties, and by implication no threat to her when the evidence suggested otherwise. Commander Williams could not explain the rationale for that decision. 647. 28. CSA 90 was a frequent missing child in Tower Hamlets and was attending parties in hotels when he was only 13 years old. At the age of 14 there were concerns about exploitation, but Metropolitan Police Service officers decided that this was not a child sexual exploitation case, based solely on a telephone call with Children's Social Care. The police did not speak to the child or any of his family about the concerns. No trigger plan for the episodes of the child going missing was developed. A mapping exercise of the child's friendship group was agreed but did not take place, and there was no direct disruption of the hotel. A case audit later found that the Metropolitan Police Service should have fully considered the potential for child sexual exploitation. 648. 29. Disruption practice in Bristol was more progressive. In 2016, a serious case review into Operation Brook identified that focus had been primarily placed on trying to stop victims from having involvement with perpetrators, and that there had been a lack of focus on 643 INQ 0050-007-008-013 paras 4245 and 77.3. 644. Sue Williams, the 29th of September 2021 45/20-146/19. 645 LBT 004011_010. 646 LBT 004011_011. 647 CSA 21, the 29th of September 2020 _4/11-5/8 157/3-158/8. 648 CS 90 the 29th of September 2020 _9/9-10/25 163/22-165/6 116 Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. The prevention of abuse and the disruption and prosecution of perpetrators. 649 As a result. Over the following 2 years, Avon and Somerset Police developed a specific team called Operation Topaz to focus on disruption of perpetrators. Avon and Somerset Police has used a range of direct disruption tactics such as CAWNs, child sexual exploitation warning letters, SROs and SHPOs, as well as arresting suspects for other offenses such as theft, robbery or drug-related offenses. It has used indirect disruption tactics less frequently but provided 2 recent examples, including the targeting of a person hiring out vehicles to child sexual exploitation suspects. The force's location-specific disruption activities have included working with housing officers to evict suspects from an illegal subtenancy and a 2-week operation at a park in Bristol. 650 30 disruption activities and prosecutions undertaken by Operation Topaz are often done without disclosures from, or support of, child victims. 651 This meets one of the key difficulties in responding to child sexual exploitation which we have seen on a national level, namely the considerable barriers to disclosure of exploitation by children. 31 Avon and Somerset Police's 2019 problem profile concluded that positive use of risk assessments to proactively identify suspects for disruption has enabled Topaz to considerably increase engagement with young people and improved overall detection rates, although this will not always be directly for CSE, child sexual exploitation, offenses. 652 32 A deep dive audit in February 2020 found that disruption opportunities were taken in a timely manner, which enabled safeguarding of children and the prevention of future offenses. 653 In 2019, disruption in Bristol led to 13 arrests, with 5 suspects charged with a total of 14 offences and 10 convictions for offences connected to child sexual exploitation. 654 In June 2020, Operation Topaz had a cohort of 160 suspects who had been assessed and were being managed through a range of disruption tactics. 655 33 In the case of CSA 59 in Bristol, there was disruption activity in response to evidence of the child being targeted by older males via social media apps and concerns that the supported accommodation where it was proposed he should be placed was being targeted by unsafe adults. 656 A CORN was issued but did not prevent the exploitation continuing. This was a complex case and a police engagement officer worked alongside Bernardo's and Children's Social Care while disruption officers took action against the perpetrators. One of the main perpetrators of the sexual exploitation of CSA 59 was arrested and subsequently convicted for knowingly inducing a child to run away or stay away from care. 657 This is a good example of the use of the power to prosecute offences of abducting children from care. Under Section 49 of the Children Act 1989. Other police forces could be more proactive in taking such action. 649 Operation Brook was an investigation into organised child sexual exploitation in Bristol between 2012 and 2014, leading to the conviction of 15 men. BSc 000186_001 para 2. 650 OSP 000321_025-027 paras 107116. 651 William White, the 30th of September 2021 27/4-128/22 OSP 000321_001-009_022 paras 536 and 95 OSP 000199 OSP 000211 OSP 000503_023 OSP 000479_002 CPS 004977_004 paras 1617. 652 OSP 000438_024. 653 OSP 000505_008. 654 OSP 000321_028-029 paras 121123. 655 OSP 000487. 656 William White, the 30th of September 2021 46/3-10 OSP 000449. 657 William White, the 30th of September 2021 46/22-147/2. Disruption, investigation and prosecution. 117. I.3 Investigation and prosecution of offenders. 34 Responsibility for gathering evidence to prosecute offences involving the sexual exploitation of children rests primarily with the police. Bringing offenders to justice will lead to sanctions, such as imprisonment, and other restrictions on their activities, such as orders restricting contacts and movement. It can also enable rehabilitation work to be carried out. Rehabilitation and restriction on the actions of offenders can prevent further children from becoming victims of sexual exploitation. 35 MICFAS has identified that, while understanding of child sexual exploitation has improved among police officers, further opportunities exist to improve the quality and consistency of police responses. 658 In particular, while police officers often respond appropriately to children at clear risk of harm, they may not be consistent in looking beyond that immediate need to the wider circumstances of a child's life. They may also not consider other children to whom an identified perpetrator has had access. 659. 36 Once evidence is gathered by the police, cases may be presented to the Crown Prosecution Service, which will decide whether there is sufficient evidence to prosecute, and whether it is in the public interest to do so. It may also provide early investigative advice to police investigators dealing with complex matters such as child sexual exploitation. Mr. Gregor McGill, Director of Legal Services at the Crown Prosecution Service, stressed the importance of prosecutors working closely with police to provide early investigative advice on particular cases. 660. 37 However, we saw limited evidence of early investigative advice being used by police forces in the 6 case study areas. None of the police witnesses, other than Avon and Somerset Police, 661 were able to articulate a case where it had been used in relation to child sexual exploitation. The unit head for the Crown Prosecution Service West Midlands Rape and Serious Sexual Offences, RASO, unit confirmed that there are very few cases of child sexual exploitation referred to the Crown Prosecution Service in Warwickshire for early investigative advice, and that when such cases are referred there appears to have been a lack of understanding of the purpose of early investigative advice and the process by which to access it. 662 in Bristol, Senior District Crown Prosecutor Rachel Scott provided early investigative advice in the Operation Brook case in 2016, persuading the police to treat a 16-year-old girl as a victim rather than a facilitator of offending against younger girls, and advising the need to resource the investigation properly. 663 more recently, she was involved in Operation Bulldog, in which early investigative advice was provided by a specialist prosecutor and ongoing advice has been provided. 664. 38 victims and survivors often have a mistrust of police and other authorities. This mistrust can arise for a number of reasons, including previous negative experiences with the police or children's social care, concern about the impact on a victim's immigration status, and a feeling, particularly among ethnic minority groups, that they have been targeted. And 658 For example, the 2020 MICFA's inspection report on Durham Constabulary found that officers displayed an appropriate awareness and understanding of child sexual exploitation, INQ 005331_013. 659 Catherine Riley, the 1st of October 2021 47/7-18, HIC 000032_006. 660 Gregor McGill, the 2nd of October 2020 14/1-5, 53/24-54/11. 661 USP 000434_021 Paras 8889. 662 CPS 004976009 Para 7, A. 663 CPS 004977002 Para 4. 664 CPS 004977008-009 Paras 4852. 118. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Discriminated against by public authorities. 665 In response, the Home Office is seeking to promote a victim-centered response through initiatives such as the National Vulnerability Action Plan, NVAP, and the Child House, or Barnahus, model, which encourage a joint approach between police and social workers. 666 A child-centered approach based on individual needs and identity is also embedded into the approach taken in Wales. 667. 39 Research conducted by Dr. Ella Cockbain, Associate Professor in the Department of Security and Crime Science at University College London, found that the vulnerabilities of victims were widely seen as a major challenge for enforcement, as although police officers did not suggest that they did not believe victims, they thought that victims were not or would not be credible in the eyes of the Crown Prosecution Service and jurors. 668. 40 As we explained in Part B, dissatisfaction with the police response to reports of Exploitation featured in almost all of the complainant accounts and in some of the case study evidence. This is part of a worrying wider pattern. Dr. Helen Beckett of the University of Bedfordshire told us that criminal justice responses were perhaps the most frequently identified source of dissatisfaction with institutional responses to CSE, both by children and young people themselves and those who care for / work with them. 669. 41 In the case study areas, there were several issues of concern regarding the quality of investigations. For example, a lack of timely victim contact was identified in a supervisory review of a Bristol case, CS 32, where an investigation ran for several months without an interview in accordance with the Achieving Best Evidence (ABE) guidance being arranged for the victim. 670. 42 There were several examples of cases of sexual exploitation which did not lead to prosecution. Evidence considered by the inquiry indicates that this is for a range of reasons. For example, the primary suspect denied the offense. CS 29 did not disclose the details of one male and also did not want to be medically examined. In a sexting case, the matter was dealt with by the school by way of words of advice. 671. Although CS 114 made disclosures to the police about a rape, the police did not appear to appreciate that she was under 13 at the time, and so there was no prosecution for rape against a child under 13 years. 672. There was no prosecution for certain offences against CS 50 because she was not supportive of the prosecution. 673, albeit at least one individual was convicted of breach of a sexual harm prevention order and sexual activity with a child following sexual exploitation of CS 50. 674 This was the most common reason why sexual offences against children did not lead to a prosecution in Durham between 2016 and 2019. 675. 665 Rosie Lewis 2nd of October 140/16-25, Zlak Ha Ahmed 2nd of October 130/8-13. 666 Christian Papaliansha 1st of October 2020 39/19-40/24, HOM 003378_041. 667 Albert Heaney 1st of October 2020 37/6-20. 668 INQ 006279_008-009 Paras 1819. 669 INQ 005150_010. 670 HOM 003372. 671 DHP 000454_012-013 Para 45, DHP 000454_014 Para 49, DHP 000454_014-015 Para 51. 672 DUC 000802_007, DHP 000579_005 Para 15. 673 DHP 000454_011-020, DUC 000801_004. DUC 000802_001, 007 009 DHP 0000563 674 CS of 50 the 29th of October 2024 /23-5/4 675 DHP 0000379_011 Disruption, Investigation and Prosecution 119 In Swansea, there was a police investigation into serious sexual assault against CS 25, which led to the arrest of 2 males, but no further action was taken due to evidential difficulties. 676 In Tower Hamlets, in the case of CS 22, the child made disclosures of assault and rape, but these allegations did not lead to prosecution. 677 Although a number of named potential perpetrators were added to a crime report and suspects database, the report was closed. Some information was passed to the local force, but there is no evidence of any arrests. 43 An investigation by the Times in May 2021 noted that some councils and charities working with the Metropolitan Police Service expressed concern that the threshold for police to accept investigations was too high. 678 44 Child sexual exploitation has received a higher profile in recent years, which is to be welcomed. However, some of the processes in place to identify and address child sexual exploitation have created an institutional hesitancy to intervene and take the necessary action to protect children and catch perpetrators. If the nature of risk and harm is not recognized, the seriousness of cases is downgraded and leads to opportunities for investigation, disruption and prosecution being missed. I.4 The future. 45 Overall, MICFAS has published child protection inspection reports on over 30 police forces. It observed in evidence to this investigation that without exception, police departments are operating at or beyond their intended capacity. 679 This inevitably impacts on the ability of all police forces to use disruption tactics to their maximum potential. 46 The government's January 2021 Tackling Child Sexual Abuse strategy included several specific measures aimed at disruption, including enhancing the child exploitation disruption toolkit, continuing and building on the Children's Society's prevention program, and continuing to fund a number of major investigations into group-based child sexual exploitation through the Police Special Grant. 680. 47 In relation to the disruption of online sexual exploitation of children, the toolkit currently states that SROs and SHPOs can be used to limit or manage Internet use or prohibit contact with children. 681 A number of the case study children, whose experiences are set out in Part D, were contacted by their abusers via online dating apps such as, but not limited to, Grindr. In light of this, the next version of the toolkit should include more information about how such activity could be disrupted. 48 The perpetrators of child sexual exploitation commit serious crimes and more effort must be made to prosecute them effectively. The law should recognize the particular nature of these offenses and apply an aggravating factor in the sentencing guidelines for those found guilty of offenses relating to children under Part 1 of the Sexual Offences Act 2003. 676 Daniel Richards, the 24th of September 2021, 58/18-159/7. 677 CS, a 22, the 29th of September 2023, /15-4/9. MPS 004353_001-004. 678 Police covered up failings on child sex cases. The Times, the 27th of May 2021, INQ 006495. 679 HIC 000032_013 para 52. 680 Tackling Child Sexual Abuse Strategy, HM Government, 2021, INQ 006448_041-042. 681 HOM 003365_018. Part J. Partnership Working. 122. Partnership Working. J.1 Introduction. 1. The police, children's social care, health services, education, specialist voluntary organizations and private providers all have a role in relation to preventing and responding to child sexual exploitation. 682. 2. Government guidance on child sexual exploitation in 2017 identified a number of areas for improvement in interagency or partnership working, including information and intelligence sharing, common risk assessment and clarity about professional roles and thresholds for services. 683. 3 similar issues arose during this investigation. While acknowledging that there are resource pressures across all agencies, partners should consider whether there is more they can do, working together to help children at risk of, or who have experienced, sexual abuse. J.2 Multi-agency child sexual exploitation structures. For the 2016 Thematic Joint Targeted Area Inspections of Child Sexual Exploitation, JTAIs, found that collective commitment at a strategic level did not always translate into effective practice. 684 The report stated that tackling child sexual exploitation can be done, but only if all partners take responsibility for their role as a discrete agency, work collaboratively with each other and have a shared understanding. 685 This is no different from any other aspect of child protection. 5 The 2019 Thematic Inspection by Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, MICFAS, found that partnership working on child protection was generally effective but can be undermined by ineffective processes that hinder decision-making and protective planning. 686. 6 Multi-agency meetings have widened beyond child sexual exploitation to deal with all forms of child exploitation. The ability and willingness of local partnerships to track and report on child sexual exploitation cases specifically may have reduced as a result of this wider approach. It is important that agencies do not dilute the focus on child sexual exploitation as they tackle other forms of child exploitation. 7 There was evidence of good partnership working on child sexual exploitation in Durham, dating back to 2015 when the police-led Erase, Educate and Raise Awareness of Sexual Exploitation team was formed. 687 It received positive comment in recent inspections by 682 c. For example, Key messages from research on child sexual exploitation, multi-agency working, Center of Expertise on Child Sexual Abuse, March, 2017, INQ 005144. 683 Child Sexual Exploitation, Definition and a Guide for Practitioners, Local Leaders and Decision Makers Working to Protect Children. From Child Sexual Exploitation, Department for Education, February, 2017, HOM 003340_017. 684 These inspections are carried out by Ofsted, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services. MICFAS, the Care Quality Commission and HM Inspectorate of Probation, OFS 012588_005 Third bullet point. 685 OFS 012588_005. 686 INQ 005166_019. 687 John Pierce, the 23rd of September 2020 44/17-24. Partnership working. 123. Ofsted and MICFAS. 688 Flagging of concerns on the systems of all relevant agencies is overseen by RAISE and implemented consistently, although it is not clear whether from 2020 this applies to only high-risk child exploitation cases. A 2018 Care Inspectorate Wales, CIW, inspection found that partnership working between the City and County of Swansea Council, and its external agencies was generally effective, but obtained evidence that working relationships between children's social care and education could be strengthened. 689 The Council's practice lead on child exploitation speaks on a daily basis with the supervisor of the police's exploitation team, and they are said to have an extremely close working relationship. 690 South Wales Police considered that its partnership working systems are robust, but that difficulties can arise where agencies have different approaches. For example, the police had overwhelming concerns that a 15-year-old girl was at risk of, or had experienced, sexual exploitation, but Swansea Council would not initiate care proceedings. The use of police protection resulted in Swansea Council reviewing and finding suitable alternative accommodation. 691. 9 Warwickshire County Council has engaged the Tackling Child Exploitation Support programme to help improve its service. This has identified a need to engage a wider group of partners and develop integrated systems. 692 External input can help to identify and reflect upon what improvements can be made to tackling child exploitation. 10 St Helens Council reported that there are close working relationships between the local authority, its agency colleagues, police and health partners. 693 Merseyside Police consider that partnership working in St Helens is still developing. It remains an ambition to have a co-located team at operational level. 694 A review of the children's cases from Street Helens suggested partnership work was variable and, in some cases, ineffective. For example, CSA 213 was a male victim of sexual exploitation and online grooming through dating apps. There was no evidence of effective partnership working at the stage of referral in 2019. 695 In respect of both CSA 71 and CSA 212, there were concerns about how well The police forces and children's social care departments worked together when sexually exploited children were moved across police force and local authority boundaries. There was evidence of good partnership working between an education provider, Catch-22 and health services when CS71 engaged particularly successfully with the education provider, the Cool Project. 11 In Tower Hamlets, the Children's Society has observed that changes to partnership meeting structures over a 2-year period had led to some disjointed working. However, it welcomed the multi-agency risk panel, which has clear terms of reference and an information sharing agreement. 696 The London Borough of Tower Hamlets acknowledged that, in the past, there had been high turnover of staff which had disrupted professional relationships but believed there are effective structures in place. 697 The National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC, stated that the partnership now works well. 698. 688 OFS 0125444_010 para 46, INQ 005331_009 para 2. 689 INQ 004834_005. 690 Julie Thomas the 24th of September 2020 81/11-17 Daniel Richards the 24th of September 2021 28/12-15 691 SWP 000151_061-062 paras 7.47 7.48 692 WSP 000232_005-006 paras 24-26 WSP 000226 693 Jim Livers the 28th of September 2020 93/21-25 694 INQ 004294_037 para 4.14 695 Jim Livers the 28th of September 2021 10/4-111/9 696 INQ 005080_012 para 69 697 LBT 004318_025 para 75 698 NSP 000168_012 para 47 124 Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report 12 There was evidence of good partnership working in Bristol. There is considerable partnership work with Barnardo's Base Service, which supports child victims of sexual exploitation in the area. 699 Base, Children's Social Care, Sexual Health Services and Operation Topaz also worked together to protect CSA 59, with regular multi-agency risk management meetings and strategy meetings evident. 700 There were also some areas where improvement is needed in Bristol. For example, one particular concern is the sharing of information from return home interviews to identify and address the reasons for a child going missing. 701 J.3 Multi-agency information and intelligence sharing. 13 The government recognizes that information sharing is absolutely key to partnership working, but that there is some way to go in terms of gathering and linking child sexual exploitation data. 702. 14. The 2019 MICFA's thematic inspection identified that, as a result of stretched resources, police forces commonly prioritized sharing large volumes of information with partner agencies at the expense of considering what the information told them about risks to children. This meant action was not being taken by the police to mitigate risks. 703. A two-way process of information sharing is required, so that police systems and child sexual exploitation profiles continuously draw in information and intelligence from all agencies and feed information back into partnerships. 704. MICFA's found that early identification and response to vulnerability is advanced and well coordinated in Wales but underdeveloped in England, where far more work is needed. 705. 15. The Care Quality Commission, CQC, has observed that information sharing about children at risk of exploitation is inconsistent between local areas in England. 706. It considers it important for each area to have a dedicated professional with access to all information so that children can be tracked through the entire system. 707. This was also a finding of the 2016 JTAI-themed inspection. 708. Whilst there may be merit in this proposal, any such arrangement would have to operate within an information-sharing protocol that protected sensitive and confidential information. 16. Bernardo says that it receives very little information from the police and others on offenders and its networks. 709. But there is evidence to suggest that it receives information from Operation Topaz in Bristol and from South Wales Police's child sexual exploitation team in Swansea. Without this intelligence, providers are unable to work effectively with other agencies to make sure that offenders' behaviors are disrupted. Problems can also be caused by differences in local interpretation of the General Data Protection Regulation. 710. 699 BRD 000278. 700 ASP 000446_001-002, ASP 000448, ASP 000449, ASP 000450. 701 ASP 000507_009-011. 702 Sophie Langdale, the 1st of October 2020 32/2-7, 100/13-1, Albert Heaney, the 1st of October 2020 46/6-9. 703 INQ 005166_019. 704 Catherine Riley, the 1st of October 2021 45/10-146/4. 705 INQ 005166_038-039. 706 CQC 000371_015 para 55. 707 Rosie Bennyworth, the 1st of October 2021 50/16-21, CQC 000371_015 para 55. 708 OFS 012588_005 4th bullet point. 709 Amanda Naylor, the 1st of October 2021 58/3-21, BRD 000275_003 para 13. 710 Amanda Naylor, the 30th of September, 2021 62/19-166/17, BRD 000275_003 para 13. Partnership working. 125. 17 There was evidence of effective information sharing in Bristol between police, engagement officers, base, children's social care, and Avon and Somerset polices. Operation Topaz team, for example, working to protect CS 59 and disrupt his abusers. 711. In Durham, detailed information about children was shared between all relevant agencies at erase meetings, and there was a clear delegation of responsibility to share information with professionals who were not at the meeting, such as GPS, school nurses and sexual health services. This was evident when erase discussed CS of 50. 712 However, erase minutes provided for CSA 114 from August 2019 onwards lacked this detailed approach. With regards to the police, the minutes merely recorded the fact that the police had shared information, without giving any indication of the content, and systems for ensuring information is shared with all relevant professionals were no longer in place. 713. 18 Improving the Child Protection Information Sharing (CPIS) system, which provides live linking of local authority and health systems, is one of the Department for Education's priorities, along with information sharing more generally. 714 It will be important to monitor whether use of the CPIS results in improvements to outcomes for children who have been or are at risk of being sexually exploited. J.4 Cross-border working. 19 Government guidance on child sexual exploitation stresses that cases of child sexual exploitation frequently cross local authority, police force and sometimes national boundaries. Agencies and organizations should therefore be prepared to work together across them. 715. 20 Cross-boundary data and intelligence sharing between statutory safeguarding partners has been found to be particularly problematic when children have been trafficked for the purposes of sexual exploitation across geographical boundaries. 716. 21 The inquiry's review of individual cases included some children who were trafficked or traveled across boundaries, or were in care placements at a distance from their home area. Much cross-boundary working did not appear to be effective. In one case, covert policing techniques were successfully used to disrupt sexual exploitation, but it appears that the primary focus of the operation was the county lines criminality rather than the sexual exploitation of vulnerable children. 717. J.5 Partnership with schools and health services. 22 In Durham, a 2017 CQC report found strengths in joint working by sexual health services, school nursing and substance misuse services, all of which were commissioned by Durham County Council. It also identified concerns about urgent care centers, where young people being harmed by sexual exploitation may not be identified. 718 Data for March to September 2019 showed that health and education did not share many information. Reports about child exploitation, accounting for just 5% of the 649 reports submitted. 711 William White, the 30th of September 2021 46/22-147/2 712 DUC 000794_007-008. 713 DHP 000539_003, DHP 000540_002, DHP 000541_002, DHP 000542_002. 714 Sophie Langdale, the 1st of October, 2020, 100/19-101/18, 119/25-120/3, DFE 003186_014. 715 Child sexual exploitation, definition and a guide for practitioners, local leaders and decision-makers working to protect children. From Child Sexual Exploitation, Department for Education, February 2017, HOM 003340_017. 716 BRD 000275_004 para 14. 717 CS 22 the 29th of September 2021 /21-4/9. 718 CQC 000371_007. 126. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. To erase. 719 While there was some variability, there was positive involvement of schools, health services and other agencies in the evidence about the Durham case study children. For example, the importance of suitable education for CSA 29 was recognized. After some delay, a personal education plan was put in place. A specialist education day placement was arranged and she made good progress educationally and socially. Her school attendance improved and episodes of going missing reduced. 720. 23 in Swansea, Evolve, Youth Services, Choices, the Youth Drugs Service, the Child's School, and the school nurse were all appropriately involved in multi-agency work about CSA 24. The school took account of her disability and offered practical solutions to prevent her going missing from school. 721. 24 The evidence from several of the case study areas showing a lack of access to child and adolescent mental health services, CAMS, was a significant concern. This is an issue to which the inquiry will return in its final report. We are informed that CAMS is taking steps to improve capacity and flexibility. 25 The most recent Ofsted inspection, May 2017, of Warwickshire noted delays in accessing CAMS. 722. 26 Ms. Vicky McKenna, Senior Service Coordinator at Catch 22 in St Helens, raised concerns about delays for the CAMS service. 723 These concerns were echoed by the CQC, which in January 2018 noted that health services are fragmented and that children who are in care are not being fully supported to access services to meet their mental health needs. 724. 27 The London Borough of Tower Hamlets considered that good progress had been made on engagement with health and education partners. 725 The Metropolitan Police Service recognized that further work needs to be done to improve links with health services. 726. 28 The Bristol Local Safeguarding Partnership has identified a number of good practice Initiatives relating to partnership working with health providers, including sexual health clinics for sexual exploitation victims. A dedicated CAMS nurse in the base project to ensure sexual exploitation victims receive quick and flexible access to mental health services, and a service for 18 to 25-year-olds who are victims of sexual exploitation or are recovering from child sexual exploitation. 727. 719 DUC 000815_007. 720 DUC 000613. 721 SCC 000532, SCC 000533, SCC 000534. 722 OFS 012549_031 para 106. 723 Vicky McKenna the 28th of September 2020 the 28th of April 2019, BRD 000275_008 para 28. 724 INQ 004294_034 paras 4.2 and 4.4. 725 Richard Baldwin the 29th of September 2020 72/19-73/18. 726 MPS 004401_015 para 85. 727 INQ 005293_009-010 paras 4449. Partnership working. 127. J.6. Partnership with third sector organizations. 29 There was some evidence of positive partnership working with third sector organizations. The introduction of Bernardo's child sexual exploitation advocates in all of South Wales Police's command units appears to have been very successful. 728 Catch-22, a specialist service which conducts return home interviews for young people reported missing to Merseyside Police in St Helens, described a really good multi-agency working agreement, and noted that partnership working had improved. 729. 728 Daniel Richards the 24th of September 2021 33/16-134/22. 729 Vicky McKenna the 28th of September 2020 the 26th of July 2010. Part K. Audit, Review and Performance Improvement. 130. Audit, Review and Performance Improvement. K.1 Introduction. 1. Public institutions have a responsibility to assure the quality of their response to child sexual exploitation, as part of accountability for delivering services to children in need of protection. They should actively and regularly evaluate their performance using a range of methods, including seeking the views of children and families to find out their experience of services and identify what improvements are needed. Case file audits, single and multi-agency, and service reviews. 2. Auditing processes are essential for driving improvement in child protection, for ensuring that policies and procedures are effective and, importantly, for ensuring that they are actually being implemented in practice. 3. In England and Wales, there are independent inspectorates for the police, children's social care and health services. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, MICFAS, inspects police forces in England and Wales. In England, the Office for Standards in Education, Children's Services and Skills, Ofsted, inspects local authority children's social care and the Care Quality Commission, CQC, carries out inspections of health services concerned with safeguarding and children in care. In Wales, Care Inspectorate Wales, Istyn and Health Inspectorate Wales inspect local authority children's social care, education and health services respectively. K.2 Thematic inspections and reports. 4 In 2015, Ofsted undertook a thematic inspection into the effectiveness of English local authorities' responses to child sexual exploitation. Its report, The Sexual Exploitation of Children, It Couldn't Happen Here, Could It?, identified serious weaknesses in leadership, performance management, disruption, risk assessment, child protection and missing children. 730. 5 In England, the cross-government child sexual exploitation action plan included a commitment to a new system of multi-agency inspections. The first joint targeted area inspections, JTAIs, carried out in 2016. 731 focused on the theme of child sexual exploitation. 730 OFS 012579_006-010. 731 joint inspections carried out by Ofsted, MICFAS, the CQC and HM Inspectorate of Probation, Audit, Review and Performance Improvement. 131. And missing children. 732 The findings were set out in a 2016 thematic report, entitled Time to Listen, a joined-up response to child sexual exploitation and missing children. 733 It stated that since 2014 many areas had improved support for children at risk of, or subject to, sexual exploitation. Engagement with young people was good where professionals were persistent and understood their specific needs and strengths, as well as the impact of abuse and trauma. This was, however, not evident in all cases. There were particular concerns that frontline health professionals did not all have the skills needed to identify child sexual exploitation and not all children had easy access to sexual health services. The timeliness of police responses was variable and, in most areas visited, required improvement. 734 In most areas, responses to missing children required improvement. 6 An addendum to the Time to Listen report was published in 2018, covering child criminal exploitation. It identified improvements in tackling child sexual exploitation and learning what could be taken from this. 735 Subsequent JTAIs have focused on all forms of criminal exploitation, rather than specifically on child sexual exploitation. It is essential that joint inspections retain a clear focus on child sexual exploitation. 7 In 2014, MICFAS began a national program of child protection inspections. These have led to the publication of 2 thematic reports, the first in 2015 and the second in 2019. 736 By 2019, there had been some improvements in understanding child sexual exploitation. However, MICFAS said that all police forces were at or above their capacity to deal with child protection work, risk was not being assessed properly and many investigations were still below an acceptable standard. 737. K.3 External inspections in the case study areas. 8. There is a clear focus on child sexual exploitation in MICFA's National Child Protection inspections. Reports are explicit about the numbers of child sexual exploitation and missing children cases that inspectors review in each area and provide details of how many cases were found to be good, requiring improvement or inadequate. A summary of the main findings in respect of the cases reviewed is also provided. The evidence base for findings on child sexual exploitation and missing children is therefore transparent. The inquiry focused on the most recent MICFA's reports for the case study areas. 738. 9. Unlike MICFA's, Ofsted does not report the number of child sexual exploitation or missing children cases it reviews. Its records, some of which are in paper notebooks, are not stored in a way that enables it to routinely provide this for its inspections of local authority. Children's Services, ILEX. 739. Recent Ofsted reports from the case study areas refer only in broad terms to child exploitation and lack sufficient focus on the issue. 740. 732 DFE 003186_008 para 24. The inspections involved Central Bedfordshire, Croydon, Liverpool, Oxfordshire and South Tyneside. 733 HOM 003364. 734 Time to Listen, a joined-up response to child sexual exploitation and missing children, Ofsted, September 2016. HOM 003364_003-007. 735 Protecting Children from Criminal Exploitation, Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery, an Addendum, Ofsted, November 2018. HOM 003360_001. 736 INQ 005730, INQ 005166. 737 National Child Protection Inspections, 2019 Thematic Report, MICFA's, February 2020, INQ 005166_009-012_013-015. 738 Durham Constabulary, INQ 005331, Merseyside Police, MSP 000296, Metropolitan Police Service, INQ 005333 and INQ 005334. 739 OFS 012733_002. 740 C, for example, the Durham Report, September 2019, OFS 012544, and the Tower Hamlets Report, June 2019. LBT 004243. There are brief mentions of child sexual exploitation in the Bristol Report, September 2018, OFS 012547. By contrast, the Warwickshire Report, July 2017, OFS 012549, has detailed findings on child sexual exploitation. 132. Child sexual exploitation by organised networks, investigation report. 10 Findings and recommendations from external inspectorates can act as a catalyst for improvement, provided their input is accurate and evidence-based. However, to do so, the published reports must be sufficiently detailed. Positive inspection reports which do not contain a detailed evidence base hinder the ability of third parties to interrogate and compare their findings with those of other reports. There is a risk that, if the detail underpinning these reports cannot be adequately understood, they can give rise to false reassurance and lead to complacency. 11. One example of this can be found in Ofsted's inspection of Durham County Council's Children's Social Care in September 2019. Inspectors reviewed 18 child sexual exploitation cases plus the case of one missing child where there was a specific mention of sexual exploitation. 741. The inspection rated the experiences and progress of children who need help and protection as requiring improvement. Areas for improvement included management, oversight, the timeliness of assessments, the quality of children's plans and the response to children with disabilities. However, the report made a positive comment about the response to missing and exploited children, without indicating how the wider identified weaknesses impacted on them. The strength of the local authorities and partners' response to missing children and children at risk of exploitation is helping to reduce risks, disrupt the activity of perpetrators and protect children. Children who go missing from home or care are routinely offered return home interviews. Information is well shared and well used. Actual and potential risks are carefully considered, regularly reviewed and closely monitored. 742. The evidence for this finding was not set out in the report nor was any detail provided about the quality of child sexual exploitation cases reviewed during the inspection. 12 March 2020 MICFA's inspection featured criticism of Durham Constabulary's response to missing children, which was described as inconsistent and inappropriate for some children. MICFA's recommended that the constabulary immediately improves practice in cases of children who go missing from home. 743 of 9 cases involving missing and absent children which were reviewed, 1 was considered good, 2 as requires improvement and 6 as inadequate. MICFA's identified limited activity to locate children overnight, children's cases wrongly assessed as low or no apparent risk, failure to refer cases to children's social care, lost opportunities to understand why children went missing and failures to transfer cases onto a computer system. 744 The lack of detail provided in Ofsted's assessment of the Council and its partners' performance in respect of missing children makes it difficult to understand the interaction between this and the apparently poor performance of the police, as observed by MICFA's. 13 A further example can be found in the October 2019 review by Ofsted of 10 cases of child sexual exploitation in Street Helens plus 2 other cases where sexual exploitation was specifically mentioned. 745 This concluded that children's social care in St. Helens was inadequate overall, and had declined in quality since 2014. 746 The inspection found failings in areas such as the quality of assessments and plans, management oversight and support. 741 OFS 012733_003 para 10. 742 OFS 012544_005 para 14. 743 INQ005331_020-021. 744 INQ005331_013. 745 OFS012733_003 para 11. 746 OFS012534_001. Audit, Review and Performance Improvement. 133. For children and families on the edge of care. It determined that the progress of children who need help and protection required improvement. 747 However, in relation to child exploitation. Specifically, Ofsted found that children at risk of exploitation are recognized and responded to effectively. Multi-agency child exploitation (MACE) meetings are held to facilitate multi-agency consideration of risk, and plans are put in place to protect children. 748. 14 Without more detail, it is difficult for the reader to understand the interaction between this more positive finding and the wider failings in the quality of assessments. There is a risk that this can hinder learning and improvement and give rise to complacency. 15 In some cases, the findings of external inspections appear to be at odds with the experiences of children. For example, although the Ofsted inspection of Warwickshire Children's Social Care in July 2017 identified shortcomings in some areas, such as too many placement changes and inadequate access to child and adolescent mental health services, both of which were issues in CSA1's case, it found that risk assessments were detailed and thorough and that children in care who went missing were consistently well addressed. 749. This was not the case for CSA1. 750. 16 The extent to which criticism by external agencies has driven improvement in the case study areas is mixed. 17 Durham Constabulary's Action Plan for Responding to the March 2020 MICFA's report included the introduction of a Children and Family Practice Scrutiny Panel to review police interactions with children on a monthly basis. 751 A deep dive audit carried out in May 2020 reviewed cases across the themes identified by MICFAs, finding that positive progress had been made but that there were still areas for improvement in relation to the management of missing children investigations. 752. 18 Mr. Jim Livers, Interim Director of Children's Services at St Helens Council, explained that Ofsted's 2019 inspection was a real wake-up call for the authority. 753 In August 2020, an Ofsted monitoring visit recorded that St Helens has continued to invest substantial funds in children's services, an increase of up to 30%, and that changes within the service were starting to improve responses for children and families. This has included increased capacity across children's services and an increase in quality assurance through audit. Ofsted cited areas which required improvement across different aspects of the service but noted that there had been a concerted effort to act upon and improve the service children receive. 754 The Department for Education conducted a progress review in July 2020 and came to similar conclusions. 755 However, in January 2020, St Helens' own internal audit found that more than 4 out of every 5 referrals were either inadequate or required improvement. 756 Mr. Livers accepted that this was not a good picture. 757 It is unacceptable. 747 OFS 012534001. 748 OFS 012534006 para 13. 749 OFS 012549003_019. 750 CSA to the 25th of September 2020 51/6-52/10 40/7-22. 751 DHP 000506_001-022, DHP 000579_013-015 paras 4855. 752 DHP 000529_001-002. 753 Jim Livers the 28th of September 2020 94/16-18. 754 STH 001239_002-003. 755 STH 001238. 756 STH 001229_002. 757 Jim Livers the 28th of September 2020 80/16-17. 134. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. That only 16% of referrals reviewed were considered to be good. Risks to children will be missed because of this. St. Helens has accepted that there was evidence in the past of poor risk assessments but said that isolated poor decisions did not demonstrate generally poor practice, and the assessment of child sexual exploitation risks to children was not a particular failing of St. Helens, even when its children's social care department was of a much lower standard. 758. 19 In the London Borough of Tower Hamlets inspections, Ofsted inspectors reviewed 28 child sexual exploitation cases, plus 2 criminal exploitation cases where sexual exploitation was specifically mentioned. 759 The Ofsted 2017 inspection found serious weaknesses in child sexual exploitation and rated children's social care overall inadequate. 760. A further inspection was carried out in 2019, which rated children's social care as good. The inspection found that highly vulnerable children at risk of exploitation, including those missing from home, school or care, receive effective, bespoke services, delivered sensitively by skilled and committed staff. Strong partnerships serve to protect these children from harm. This is a significant improvement since the inspection in 2017, when too many exploited children were left unprotected. 761. 20 In 2016, MICFAS inspected child protection in the Metropolitan Police Service, including in Tower Hamlets. Significant failures were found in areas such as the police failing to request strategy meetings when children were at risk and not recognizing the links between children going missing and their vulnerability to sexual exploitation. In fact, 36 of the 38 missing cases inspected were found to be inadequate or requiring improvement. 762. 21. The most recent MICFA's post-inspection review of the Metropolitan Police Service area in 2019 found that there had been structural change and improvements in the approach to child protection. An internal dedicated inspection team was established after the earlier inspection and was found to be a strength. However, the management of online child sexual exploitation remained a major concern, as was the investigation of offences of indecent images of children, which showed little sign of improvement since 2016. Children were still being recorded as absent with no apparent risk when they went missing, despite there being identified risk factors. 763. 22 MICFAs inspected the approach of Merseyside Police, which covers the Street Helens area, to child protection in 2018, with a revisit in 2019 of the child sexual exploitation cases reviewed. 6 were good, 8 required improvement and 5 were inadequate. Investigations were being conducted promptly, but there was insufficient recording of strategy discussions and their outcomes and of the views of the children. 764. 758 STH 001241_004-005 para 16. 759 OFS 012733_003 para 9. 760 OFS 012566_001. 761 LBT 004243_005 para 14. 762 INQ 005333_050-060. 763 INQ 005334_004_016. 764 MSP 000296_015-016. Audit, Review and Performance Improvement. 135. K.4 Internal Audit and Improvement Activity in the Case Study Areas. 23. The importance of local agencies and partnerships having their own internal audit and performance management systems has been noted by several inspectorates, with Ms. Catherine Riley, Portfolio Director for Criminal Justice Joint Inspection at MICFAS, describing this as essential. 765. 24. A number of institutions indicated that being selected as a case study area had generated improvement activity in relation to child sexual exploitation, and in some cases, this had led to significant service improvements. This is to be welcomed, but it also raises questions about the effectiveness of internal performance improvement systems, as well as scrutiny by the inspectorates. 25 partner agencies in Durham and Darlington have agreed a child exploitation group delivery plan for 2020/21. A revised performance scorecard was jointly developed. Quarterly data includes 8 child sexual exploitation indicators as well as statistics on missing children, return home interviews and children referred to the Child Exploitation Vulnerability Tracker, SEVD, meeting. 766. 26. Mr. John Pierce, the Corporate Director of Children and Young People Services, was appointed in September 2019. He has accepted that aspects of the children's case studies considered by the inquiry were not acceptable, but said that major improvements had been made since November 2019. Durham County Council had historically been information-rich, but had not analyzed information in ways that led to improvements in performance. 767. 27 In January 2020, Durham County Council identified that improvement was needed in several of the inquiry's themes, including raising awareness of issues affecting those from LGBTQ and communities, children with special educational needs, male victims and those with disabilities, as well as missing children and return home interviews. 768 Progress was made during 2020 on involving children in the co-production of a document about professionals' use of language. 769. 28 Recent improvement activity by Durham Constabulary centered on an action plan to implement the recommendations of the March 2020 MICFAS report, with improvements made in information systems and the response to missing children. 770 During the public hearing, Deputy Chief Constable David Orford of Durham Constabulary was unable to comment on the cases of children in the Durham timelines. 771 He subsequently arranged for the cases to be internally reviewed, but this did not conclude that there were weaknesses in the police response. Concern about Durham Constabulary's internal audit activity was expressed in MICFAS's 2019 inspection, which noted that although the police conducted audits and reviews, these focused more on processes than performance outcomes. 772. 765 Catherine Riley, the 1st of October 2021 91/3-12, Wendy Gaffar, the 1st of October 2021 77/15-16. 766 DUC 000815_077. 767 John Pierce, the 23rd of September 2020 _42/17-24, 58/7-10, 60/9-13. 768 DUC 000809_002 para 5. DUC 000811_003. 769 DUC 000809_002 para 7. 770 DHP 000586_001-007. 771 David Orford, the 23rd of September 2021 36/15-138/22. 772 INQ 005331_005. 136. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. 29 The City and County of Swansea Council accepted that its current information systems were limited and that this has impacted its ability to capture performance data robustly for improvement purposes. 773 Its participation in the University of Bedfordshire 3-year contextual safeguarding pilot was considered an opportunity to redesign and improve its response to child exploitation. It described its quality assurance framework as being under development. 774 Ms. Julie Thomas, Head of Children's Services at Swansea Social Services, accepted that aspects of the cases in the Swansea timelines were not acceptable. 775 She was confident that recent initiatives, including a new integrated safeguarding hub and 2 new Posts of practice lead and senior social worker for child sexual exploitation were bringing about improvements in practice and quality assurance capacity. 776. 30 Child sexual exploitation and missing children have been a focus of improvement activity by South Wales Police since MIC child protection inspections in 2015 and 2016. Detective Chief Superintendent, DCS, Daniel Richards described the introduction of Bernardo's child sexual exploitation advocates in all of the force's command units as probably one of the main components of how we have transformed our organizational culture in terms of CSE, child sexual exploitation. 777 His view was that in operational terms the initiative had been a huge success in assisting the police to engage with victims of child sexual exploitation who might be distrustful of the police. 778 The force has also successfully rolled out an adverse childhood experience (ACE) approach to vulnerability which has also assisted engagement with victims. 779. 31 Warwickshire County Council and the Warwickshire Safeguarding Partnership have taken a systematic approach to quality assurance and improvement based on lessons learned. 780 The partnership has a quality learning and improvement hub. One of its first actions when established in 2019 was to undertake a thematic review of the exploitation of children and adults. Recommended improvements included having a designated safeguarding lead in each agency and improving referral processes. The partnership also has a quality assurance framework and is able to evidence learning from regular case audits of sexually exploited and missing children. 781 Some examples of improvement include taxi licensing with mandatory training for drivers, training for hotel staff, following the suspension of a hotel license in a case involving child sexual exploitation, thorough staff training on achieving best evidence and providing 24-hour support to child victims giving evidence in court. The Council also identified gaps in transition support for older children and has established a transitions project to address this. 782. 32 Mr. Livers was appointed Interim Director of Children's Services in St Helens Council in March 2020. He told the inquiry that after Ofsted found children's social care to be inadequate in 2019, there had been major investments in resources and recruitment. In his evidence, he accepted that there had been weaknesses in the case studies examined by the inquiry in relation to victim-blaming language and attitudes and risk assessment and 773 SCC 000550_040 para 231. 774 SCC 000550_039-042 paras 222242. 775 Julie Thomas, the 24th of September 2020 98/15-20 42/13-15 52/3-8. 776 Julie Thomas, the 24th of September 2020 55/11-16 SCC 000571_001 para 3. 777 Daniel Richards, the 24th of September 2021 33/23-24. 778 Daniel Richards, the 24th of September 2021, 33/16-134/22 779 SWP 0000151_067-068 Paras 8.98.13 780 WSP 000232_007-011 Paras 3539 781 WSP 000232_008-009 Paras 40 and 43 782 WCC 000236_025 Para 151 WCC 000363_024 Para 139 Audit, Review and Performance Improvement 137 Decision Making Practice was now more systematically audited. Merseyside Police has an audit team which performs daily sexual offence audits, including child sexual exploitation cases, and produces monthly reports. 783 33 In April 2017, an Ofsted inspection of the London Borough of Tower Hamlets found its children's social care to be inadequate. 784 Mr. Richard Baldwin, Divisional Director of Children's Social Care, explained that a key element of the Council's response to this has been to develop an unrelenting focus on audit, particularly of exploitation cases. 785 2. Multi-agency audits of exploitation cases have been conducted in March and July 2020. Reviewing the files for young people who have been missing from home and care. 786 Since June 2020, all cases open to the exploitation team are subject to a 2-minute audit every 3 months, which considers whether supervision was regular and purposive and whether key documents such as chronologies, single assessments, risk assessments and safety plans were up to date. 787 The Council has also proposed to undertake an audit of closed child sexual exploitation cases to identify good practice and areas for improvement. Something which the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children supports. 788 Auditing in Tower Hamlets is undertaken by the Council's Social Work Academy under the supervision of a manager appointed from a different team. This is an attempt to bring a degree of independence to the process. 789 We recognise that the Council has undertaken substantial work to address the 2017 findings of Ofsted. 34 The Metropolitan Police Service's dedicated inspection team has conducted inspections of child sexual exploitation cases in June and August 2020 by dip sampling 8 cases at random. 790 As a result of these audits, officers have been budded with other officers who perform well in audited cases to facilitate the sharing of knowledge. 791 In addition, the Central Specialist Crime Unit undertook an audit review of all open child sexual exploitation cases in Tower Hamlets. 792 35 Bristol City Council and Avon and Somerset Police have undertaken extensive auditing of their practice in relation to child sexual exploitation over the past 4 years, particularly in relation to our selected themes. This has included an internal evaluation of the Operation Topaz pilot in 2017, conducted by the police, 793. A 2018 external audit of child sexual exploitation and missing practice by the National Working Group, NWG, Network, which made 10 recommendations, including 3 for additional audit, 794, and a 2019 audit into casework relating to children with disabilities at risk of child sexual exploitation, which was commissioned to support Bristol City Council's submissions to this inquiry. 795. 783 MSP 0003222_008 para 28. 784 LBT 0042116_001-002. 785 Richard Baldwin, the 29th of September 2020, 76/4-17. 786 LBT 004318007 para 19. Richard Baldwin, the 29th of September 2020, 75/22-76/17. 787 LBT 004318007 paras 2021, LBT 004214061-062 para 235. 788 NSP 0000169_015 para 75. 789 LBT 0043338_011 para 28. 790 MPS 004583004 paras 2023. 791 MPS 004583005 para 24. 792 MPS 004583005 para 26. 793 OSP 0000199. 794 BSC 0000139. OSP 00036_001_008. 795 BSC 0000132. Part L. Conclusions and Recommendations. 140. Conclusions and Recommendations. L.1. Conclusions. 1. Children are sexually exploited by networks in all parts of England and Wales in the most degrading and destructive ways. Each of these acts is a crime. This investigation has revealed extensive failures by local authorities and police forces to keep pace with the pernicious and changing problem of the sexual exploitation of children by networks. The nature and scale of child sexual exploitation by networks. Too many exploited children are raped or sexually assaulted repeatedly, over months or years. 3. Parental neglect, substance misuse, domestic violence or mental health issues may increase the vulnerability of children to sexual exploitation. Around half of the case study children were in care and more than a third had complex disabilities or neurodevelopmental disorders. 4. It is widely recognized that alcohol, drugs and actual or threatened violence against the child, their friends and family are often used as a means to groom and coerce children. Perpetrators are finding new ways, including through mobile phones and other devices, social media and dating apps, to groom and abuse ever younger children. 5. Research suggested that many complainants report dissatisfaction with the responses of local authority staff and police officers to the sexual exploitation they faced, and these Themes were reflected in some of the experiences of the case study children. Some felt unprotected by care home staff failing to intervene when they knew or suspected that the children were being sexually exploited. Others were frustrated that those who had sexually exploited them were not held accountable through the criminal justice system. 6. As there is no specific criminal offense of child sexual exploitation that can be recorded and measured, police forces flag criminal offenses which fit the definition of child sexual exploitation. The application of this definition is a subjective and variable exercise. 7. Children's social care data on the number of reported cases of children identified as at risk of child sexual exploitation varies, amongst other things, according to local recording practices and the pattern or level of service. 8. The data provided by the 6 case study areas were inconsistent and showed some unexplained variations and trends in the figures. They do not give a reliable picture of child sexual exploitation in these areas. In particular, data from 2 areas indicating a reduction in child sexual exploitation are highly unlikely to provide an accurate reflection of prevalence. 9. Some of the high-profile child sexual exploitation prosecutions have involved groups of South Asian males. There has been heated and often polarized debate about whether there is any link between ethnicity and group-based child sexual exploitation. Poor data collection. Conclusions and recommendations. 141. On the ethnicity of perpetrators or victims fuels that debate and makes it difficult to identify whether there is any such link. It also hampers the ability of police and other services to provide culturally sensitive responses, interventions and support. Defining child sexual exploitation by networks. 10. The unique feature of child sexual exploitation is that children are coerced, manipulated, or deceived into sexual activity. The issue of exchange is an unhelpful distraction. Exchange may be present in some cases of child sexual exploitation but not others. The current statutory definition in England, which provides that, in the absence of exchange, an element of financial advantage or increased status of the perpetrator or facilitator is necessary, is too restrictive. Child sexual exploitation can occur without these elements. 11. Police and children's social care should regularly review their understanding and practices in order to address the changing nature of child sexual exploitation, including the substantial increase in the use of online activity to groom children. 12. There were repeated examples across the case study areas of children being described as at high, medium or low risk of sexual exploitation, when in fact they had already experienced or were likely to be experiencing actual harm. 13. The networks or groups of perpetrators who sexually exploit children vary in nature. They might be a number of adults well known to each other passing children between them, or people with only loose associations. They might also be adults who do not sexually abuse children themselves but who use the children as a commodity for their own gain, financial or otherwise. 14. It is clear from the case study material that there were cases of child sexual exploitation by networks in all 6 case study areas, but police forces were generally unable to provide evidence about the extent of sexual exploitation by networks using the inquiry's definition, or indeed any other. 2 of the areas, Swansea and Tower Hamlets, reported that there were no known or reported organised networks in their areas. 15. In order to protect children who have been, or are at risk of being, sexually exploited, police and social services should apply a broad understanding of networks, as used by this inquiry. The focus should be on children who are being sexually exploited by multiple perpetrators, regardless of their activities and associations. 16. Recent trends involving recording instances of child sexual exploitation within wider criminal exploitation or child abuse data sets make establishing the prevalence of child sexual exploitation even more complex. There has been a widespread adoption of the model of considering sexual exploitation as part of child criminal exploitation and county lines activities. If this is maintained, agencies must have a distinctive and separate focus on child sexual exploitation in order that these offenses are properly identified and investigated, as well as to reflect the nature of the harm experienced by sexually exploited children. 142. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Meeting the needs of particular groups of sexually exploited children. 17. Children in residential care are particularly vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Several of the case study children had been exposed to sexual exploitation by networks while in care. Out-of-area placements continue to raise concerns and, in some cases, add to the risks to children. The use of unregulated accommodation for 16 and 17-year-olds who have been sexually exploited or are at heightened risk of child sexual exploitation must cease. 18. The sexual exploitation experiences of boys and young men are less understood and often overlooked. The use of social media and dating apps was particularly prevalent in respect of the boys and young men among the case study children. Often they were using such platforms to explore their sexual orientation and then were exposed to perpetrators. Ways should be found to identify and provide targeted and appropriate support to the male victims of sexual exploitation, while maintaining and improving services for girls and other groups. 19. Children with disabilities are at heightened risk of sexual exploitation. Of the children included in the inquiry's sample of individual children's experiences across the 6 areas, the case study children, 1/3 had a disability. In several examples, there was no or limited evidence that the agencies took into account the child's disability in assessing the risk of sexual exploitation they faced, or the harm they had already experienced. 20. Responses to some children from ethnic minority backgrounds who had been sexually exploited were not culturally sensitive. The ability to provide culturally specific services was hampered by the repeated failure by police forces to record the ethnicity of victims of child sexual exploitation. Recognizing the child as the victim. 21. There were several examples of child victims of sexual exploitation being charged with criminal offenses and consequently incurring criminal records when the background to their offending was inextricably linked with their sexual exploitation. The treatment of children as criminals in these circumstances is all the more troubling given that, too often, the perpetrators of child sexual exploitation were not investigated or prosecuted. Police and prosecutors should carefully consider whether it is in the public interest to prosecute children in these situations. 22. Victim-blaming attitudes and behaviors obscure the seriousness of the crimes committed against children. There was evidence of children being described as consenting to sexual acts and several instances of victim-blaming language in the case files. The use of such language is often symptomatic of unacceptable underlying attitudes and must be challenged. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children. 23 child sexual exploitation assessments that score risk solely on a numerical basis should not be used. If numerical assessments are used, they must always be accompanied by a competent professional assessment which explores and records the harm a child has experienced and forms a holistic, professional judgment. Conclusions and recommendations. 143. 24. The approach to identifying, assessing and managing the risk of sexual exploitation was deficient in several of the case study areas. Risk assessments often described children as being at high or medium risk of sexual exploitation when in fact they had already been harmed and needed immediate intervention. The merging of risk and harm was apparent in the evidence concerning the case study children. 25. The assessment tool prepared by the National Working Group, NWG, Exploitation Response Unit and used in Warwickshire, as well as the practitioner prompts in the All Wales Practice Guide, by contrast, illustrated holistic risk assessment practice. 26. While some sexually exploited young people received support, including specialist therapeutic services, some care leavers and older children aged 16 or 17 years did not receive adequate support. Missing children and return home interviews. 27. A recent investigative report by The Times suggested that, since 2018, an unknown number of children at risk of abuse, some as young as 11, had gone missing more than 55,000 times in Britain. Going missing from home and school was also a feature in the lives of almost all of the case study children in this investigation. 28. It is essential that the police response to an episode of a child going missing is timely. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, Fire and Rescue Services, MICFAS, before 2017. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, MIC, has found police responses to be poor, inadequate or requiring improvement in half of the case study areas. Some improvement has been noted in 2 of these areas, but the police should locate missing children as soon as possible. 29. For return home interviews to achieve their purpose of discouraging future missing episodes and identifying potential perpetrators of abuse, it is crucial that they be carried out in a sensitive and timely way. The information sought should include where the child has been, who they were with and what they were doing. Performance was variable in the case study areas in terms of the proportion of return home interviews offered and taken up, and was often inadequate, including for children placed out of area, albeit that some of these problems were caused by difficulties in information sharing between the police and placing authorities. Profiling. 30. Problem profiling involves the drawing together by the police of information about child sexual exploitation from different agencies into one place. As the Children's Commissioner made clear in 2013, a profile should include data about how many children and young people have been sexually exploited, intelligence on places of concern, and information on gangs and other networks, groups and individuals who present a risk of sexual harm. 31. Despite this, none of the police forces in the case study areas had an accurate profile setting out a clear picture of the networks sexually exploiting children in their area. Profiles were often based on limited, inaccurate or incomplete data. Issues with the flagging process contributed to these problems. There were widespread failures to collect data about the ethnicity of perpetrators and victims in the case study areas. 144. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. 32. As a result, none of the police forces or local authorities in the case study areas had an accurate understanding of the networks sexually exploiting children in their area. 33. The improved collection and use of data is critical to the response to child sexual exploitation if these offenses are to be properly investigated and resourced. Disruption, investigation and prosecution. 34. There is evidence from academic research that the response of the criminal justice system to child sexual exploitation by networks is the most frequently identified source of dissatisfaction with institutional responses to child sexual exploitation. 35. A range of disruption tools are available but they are underused. The most commonly used tool was the child abduction warning notice, but use across the case study areas varied and lacked consistency. 36. There were also several examples of perpetrators who had harmed children but had not been the subject of effective investigation or disruption. There was little evidence of early investigative advice being sought from the Crown Prosecution Service, and several cases in which perpetrators were not prosecuted. The downgrading of harm to risk by agencies has widespread consequences. The importance and seriousness of these cases is reduced, minimizing opportunities to investigate, disrupt and prosecute offenders. Despite a welcome higher profile in recent years, some of the processes to identify and deal with child sexual exploitation have created an institutional hesitancy to intervene and take the necessary action to protect children and catch perpetrators. 37. The perpetrators of child sexual exploitation commit serious crimes and more effort must be made to prosecute them effectively. The law should recognize the gravity of this particular form of abuse and its impact on children. Partnership working. 38. Partnership working between the different agencies involved in protecting children from sexual exploitation requires more than attendance at multi-agency meetings. There were some strong examples of partnership work with third sector organizations. However, some of the individual children's cases suggested partnership working could have been better. Audit, review and performance. 39. Published inspection reports should be sufficiently detailed. Unlike MICFAS, the Office for Standards in Education, Children's Services and Skills, Ofsted, does not report the number of child sexual exploitation or missing children cases it reviews. Recent Ofsted reports from the case study areas refer only in broad terms to child exploitation and lack sufficient focus on the issue. 796 positive reports which do not contain a detailed evidence base mean that it is difficult to interrogate and compare their findings with those of other reports. 796c, for example, the Durham Report, September 2019, OFS 012544, and the Tower Hamlets Report, June 2019. LBT 004243. There are brief mentions of child sexual exploitation in the Bristol Report, September 2018, OFS 012547. By contrast, The Warwickshire Report, July 2017, OFS 012549, has detailed findings on child sexual exploitation. Conclusions and recommendations. 145. 40. A number of institutions indicated that being selected as a case study area had generated improvement activity in relation to child sexual exploitation. This is to be welcomed, but it also raises questions about the effectiveness of internal review, as well as scrutiny by the inspectorates. L.2. Recommendations. The Chair and panel make the following recommendations, which arise directly from this investigation. The UK Government, the Welsh Government, police forces and local authorities in England and Wales should each publish their response to each relevant recommendation, including the timetable involved, within 6 months of the publication of this report. Recommendation 1. Aggravation of offences relating to the sexual exploitation of children. The government should amend the Sentencing Act 2020 to provide a mandatory aggravating factor in sentencing in the case of the commission of an offence under Part 1 of the Sexual Offences Act 2003 relating to a child, where 1. The child was exploited, 2. Exploitation means the child was controlled, coerced, manipulated or deceived into sexual activity, and 3. 2 or more persons were concerned in the exploitation. Recommendation 2. Child Exploitation Disruption Toolkit. As referenced in its Tackling Child Sexual Abuse Strategy, the government should publish an enhanced version of its Child Exploitation Disruption Toolkit as soon as possible. This toolkit must specify that the core element of the definition of child sexual exploitation is that a child was controlled, coerced, manipulated or deceived into sexual activity. Include specific guidance on building effective problem profiles for child sexual exploitation and child sexual exploitation by networks, as differentiated from other forms of exploitation. Specifically state the sources and types of data that agencies should use to build problem profiles, and indicate the minimum frequency at which problem profiles should be updated. Recommendation 3. Government Guidance on Child Sexual Exploitation. The Department for Education should review and publish an updated version of its guidance on child sexual exploitation. The update should specify that the core element of the definition of child sexual exploitation is that a child was controlled, coerced, manipulated or deceived into sexual activity. It should also include detailed information on the role of the Internet in the perpetration of child sexual exploitation, and how to identify and respond to child sexual exploitation perpetrated by networks of offenders. 146. Child sexual exploitation by organised networks, investigation report. The Welsh Government should also update its guidance on child sexual exploitation to provide detailed information on how to identify and respond to child sexual exploitation perpetrated by networks of offenders. Recommendation 4. Categorization of risk and harm. The Department for Education and the Welsh Government must ensure that their updated national guidance makes clear that signs that a child is being sexually exploited must never be treated as indications that a child is only at risk of experiencing this harm. In line with this, local authorities in England and Wales should ensure that their assessment of risk and harm enables them to accurately distinguish between Children who are at risk of experiencing sexual exploitation. Children who are experiencing or have already experienced sexual exploitation, and children who have experienced sexual exploitation and are at risk of experiencing further abuse. Recommendation 5. Child sexual exploitation data. Police forces and local authorities in England and Wales must collect data on all cases of known or suspected child sexual exploitation and child sexual exploitation by networks. These data should be separated from other data sets, including data on child sexual abuse, and be disaggregated by the sex, ethnicity and disability of both the victim and perpetrator. This disaggregated data should be used by police forces to inform problem profiling and activities to disrupt and investigate offenders. Local authorities should take account of the disaggregated data when commissioning services for children. The UK government and the Welsh government should take steps to ensure that these data are being collected and disaggregated in a consistent and accurate way by police forces and local authorities. Recommendation 6. Unregulated placements. The Department for Education should ban the placement in semi-independent and independent settings of children aged 16 and 17 who have experienced, or are at heightened risk of experiencing, sexual exploitation. This should be implemented without delay. Annexes 148. Annex 1. Overview of process and evidence obtained by the inquiry. 1. Definition of scope. The child sexual exploitation by organized networks investigation was a thematic investigation into institutional responses to the sexual exploitation of children by organized networks. The scope of the investigation was as follows. 1. The inquiry will investigate the nature and extent of, and institutional responses to, sexual exploitation of children by organized networks incorporating case-specific investigations alongside a review of information available from published and unpublished reports and reviews, court cases and previous investigations. In doing so, the inquiry will consider the experiences of victims and survivors of child sexual exploitation by organized networks. 2. The inquiry will examine the extent to which 2.1 children who were subjected to child sexual exploitation were known to local authorities and other public authorities such as law enforcement agencies, schools and or the NHS. 2.2 The relevant public authorities, acting alone or working together, effectively identified the risk of child sexual exploitation in communities and took action to prevent it. 2.3 The response of the constituent parts of the criminal justice system was appropriate in cases of child sexual exploitation. 2.4 Recommendations in previous reports and reviews have been implemented effectively in the wide range of relevant public authorities at national and local levels. 2.5 Effective strategies have now been implemented to prevent child sexual exploitation in the future, and to monitor the safety of vulnerable children including missing children. 2.6 The applicable statutory and regulatory framework relevant to child sexual exploitation is effective in protecting children from sexual exploitation, including in respect of taxi and other relevant licensing regimes, and 2. Other forms of non-criminal interventions such as the Civil Prevention Order regime under the Sexual Offences Act 2003 797. 797 Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, scope of investigation. Annex 1. 149. 2 core participants and legal representatives. Counsel to this investigation: Henrietta Hill QC, Paul Livingston, Antonia Benfield, Ben Fulbrook. Core participants and their legal representatives: CSA 2. Solicitor Kim Harrison, Slater and Gordon. Parents Against Child Exploitation, PACE. Counsel William Chapman. Solicitor David Greenwood, Swittelskis. Margaret Oliver. Counsel Christopher Jacobs. Solicitor David N. Wright, Howe and Co-Solicitors. John Wedger. Counsel Christopher Jacobs. Solicitor David N. Wright, Howe and Co-Solicitors. Center for Women's Justice. Counsel Cowilf Heian Gallagher QC and Mary Rachel McCabe. Solicitor Harriet Wistrich. Sarah Champion MP. Solicitor Hafiz Suleiman, Clifford Chance. Durham Constabulary. Counsel Alan Payne QC. Solicitor Stephen Mooney, Evolve Legal Services. Durham County Council. Counsel Stephen Ford QC. Solicitor Camila Coulson Patel, Durham County Council Legal Services. South Wales Police. Counsel Alison Hewitt. Solicitor Louise Emmett, South Wales and Gwent Police Joint Legal Services. Warwickshire Police. Counsel Samantha Leake QC. Solicitor Catherine Grasby, Warwickshire and West Mercia Police Legal Services. 150. Child sexual exploitation by organised networks, investigation report. Warwickshire County Council. Counsel Andrew Sharland QC. Solicitor Victoria Gould, Warwickshire County Council Legal Services. Street Helens Council. Counsel Rory Dunlop QC. Solicitor Mark Fisher, Street Helens Council Legal Services. Commissioner of Police of the Metropolis, Metropolitan Police Service. Counsel Christopher Butterfield. Solicitor Metropolitan Police Services Directorate of Legal Services. London Borough of Tower Hamlets. Counsel Cleo Perry QC and Andrew Powell. Solicitor Jill Bailey, London Borough of Tower Hamlets Legal Services. Avon and Somerset Police. Counsel Elliot Gold. Solicitor Shahzad Hamid, Avon and Somerset Police Legal Services. Bristol City Council. Counsel Jane Risen and Charlotte Baker. Solicitor Nancy Rollerson, Bristol City Council Legal Services. National Police Chiefs Council, NPCC. Counsel James Berry. Solicitor Craig Sutherland, East Midlands Police Legal Services. Home Office. Counsel Sean Reeves. Solicitor Daniel Rapport, Government Legal Department. Ofsted. Counsel Matthew Gullick. Solicitor Juliet Smith, Ofsted Legal Services. Annex 1. 151. 3 Evidence received by the inquiry. Number of witness statements obtained. 157. Organizations and individuals to which requests for documentation or witness statements were sent. Angelou Center. Apna Hack. Ariel Trust. Association of Directors of Children's Services Limited, ADCS. Avon and Somerset Police. Barnardos. Basis Yorkshire. Bristol City Council. Care Inspectorate Wales. Care Quality Commission. Catch-22. Centre for Women's Justice. Centre of Expertise on Child Sexual Abuse, CSA Centre. Changing Lives. Children's Commissioner for Wales. Children's Society. Commissioner of Police of the Metropolis, Metropolitan Police Service. Crown Prosecution Service. CSA 2, Core Participant. CSA 12, Complainant Witness. CSA 317, Complainant Witness. CSA 371, Complainant Witness. CSA 372, Complainant Witness. CSA 373, Complainant Witness. CSA 435, Complainant Witness. Department for Education. Durham Constabulary. Durham County Council. Durham Safeguarding Children Partnership. Dr. Ella Cockbain. Essex Police, Project Goldcrest. Ethnic Minorities and Youth Support Team Wales, EYST. 152. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organised Networks, Investigation Report. Organisations and individuals to which requests for documentation or witness statements were sent. Greater Manchester Police. Healthcare Inspectorate Wales. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, MICFAS. Home Office. Independent Children's Homes Association Limited. Keeping Bristol Safe Partnership. London Borough of Tower Hamlets. Merseyside Police. Missing People. Mountain Healthcare Limited, Oakwood Place. National Crime Agency, NCA. National Police Chiefs Council, NPCC. National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC. National Youth Advocacy Service, NYAS. Nazir Afzal. NWG Exploitation Response Unit. Ofsted. Parents Against Child Exploitation, PACE. Pebbles Care. Proud Trust. Sarah Champion MP. Sikh Women's Action Network, SWAN. Dr. Sophie Hallett. South Wales Police. St Giles Trust. Street Helens Council. Street Helens Safeguarding Children Partnership. Survivors UK. Tower Hamlets Safeguarding Children Partnership. Trafford Council. Voices from Care Cymru. Warwickshire County Council. Warwickshire Police. Warwickshire Safeguarding Children Board. Annex 1. 153. Organisations and individuals to which requests for documentation or witness statements were sent. Welsh Government. Western Bay Safeguarding Children Board. Wigan Council. Wirral Council. The inquiry also considered research it commissioned to explore the motivations and offending behaviours of perpetrators of child sexual exploitation who had been convicted, alongside others. 798. For disclosure of documents. Total number of pages disclosed, 40,797. 5 public hearings including preliminary hearings. Preliminary hearings. 1 the 2nd of May, 2019. 2 the 15th of January, 2020. Public hearings. Days 1-5-21 September 25 September 2020. Days 6-10-28 September 2 October 2020. 6 List of witnesses. Surname for rename title called, read. Summarized or adduced. Hearing. Day. CSA 12 called to. CSA 371 called to. CSA 317 summarized 1. CSA 372 summarized 1. CSA 373 summarized 1. Beckett Helen Dr. called 2. Deanian Mr. adduced 2. Hallett Sophie Dr. called 2. Taylor Sheila MS called 2. Deanian Mr. adduced 2. Pierce John Mr. called 3. Banks Michael Mr. called 3. 798 An explorative study on perpetrators of child sexual exploitation convicted alongside others, May 2020, pp 58-64. 154. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Surname for rename title called, read. Summarized or adduced. Hearing. Day. Orford David Deputy Chief Constable called 3. Ashton David Detective Superintendent adduced 3. Green Adrian Mr. adduced 3. Quinn Amanda MS adduced 3. Seabohm Laura MS adduced 3. Thomas Julie MS called 4. Richards Daniel Assistant Chief Constable called 4. Rees Damien Mr. adduced 4. Carnschler Dr. adduced 4. Mile Joanna MS adduced 4. Jarrett Andrew Mr. adduced 4. Holland Sally Professor adduced 4. CSA 2 called 5. Mins Nigel Mr. called 5. Hill Peter Detective Superintendent called 5. Coleridge Smith Elaine MS adduced 5. English Lawrence Mr. adduced 5. McKenna Vicky MS called 6. Livers Jim Mr. called 6. Critchley Ian David Assistant Chief Constable called 6. O'Brien Sarah Professor adduced 6. Carr Sally MS adduced 6. Ainsworth Paul Mr. adduced 6. Bottomley Martin Mr. adduced 6. Hardman Jackie MS adduced 6. Baldwin Richard Mr. called 6. Williams Sue MS called 7. Jones Debbie MS adduced 7. Jones Evan Mr. adduced 7. Thomas Gary Mr. adduced 7. James Ann MS called 8. White William Chief Superintendent called 8. Naylor Amanda MS called 8. Cullen Stephen Assistant Chief Constable adduced 8. Annex 1. 155. Surname for rename title called, read. Summarized or adduced. Hearing. Day. Powell Ivan Mr. adduced 8. Scott Rachel MS adduced 8. Papalian Christian Mr. called 9. Langdale Sophie MS called 9. Heaney Albert Mr. called 9. Gaffar Wendy MS called 9. Stanley Yvette MS called 9. Bennyworth Rosie Dr. called 9. Alexander Simon Mr. called 9. Riley Catherine MS called 9. McGill Gregor Mr. called 10. Gibbons Gill MS called 10. Ahmed Zlakhar MS called 10. Lewis Rosie MS called 10. English Lawrence Mr. adduced 10. Cockbain Ella Dr. adduced 10. Beckett Helen Dr. adduced 10. Scott Rachel MS adduced 10. Riley Catherine MS adduced 10. Afzal Nazir Mr. adduced 10. Wistrich Harriet MS adduced 10. 7 Restriction Orders. On the 23rd of March, 2018, the Chair issued an updated restriction order under Section 19(2)(b) of the Inquiries Act 2005, granting general anonymity to all core participants who allege they are the victim and survivor of sexual offences, referred to as complainant core participants. The order prohibited, I, the disclosure or publication of any information that identifies, names or gives the address of a complainant who is a core participant and, 2, the disclosure or publication of any still or moving image of a complainant core participant. The order meant that any complainant core participant within this investigation was granted anonymity, unless they did not wish to remain anonymous. On the 17th of September, 2020, the Chair issued a restriction order under Section 19 of the Inquiries Act 2005 to prohibit the disclosure or publication of the name of any individual whose identity has been redacted or ciphered by the inquiry, and any information redacted as irrelevant and sensitive, in connection with this investigation and referred to during the course of evidence adduced during the inquiry's proceedings. 799. 799 Restriction Order, the 17th of September 2020. 156. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organized Networks, Investigation Report. On the 22nd of September 2020, the Chair issued a restriction order under Section 19 of the Inquiries Act 2005 to prohibit the disclosure or publication of information which is capable of identifying CSA 371 as specified at paragraph 2a of the order. 800. On the 22nd of September 2020, the Chair issued a restriction order under Section 19 of the Inquiries Act 2005 to prohibit the disclosure or publication of information which is capable of identifying CSA 12 as specified at paragraph 2a of the order. 801. On the 16th of October 2020, the Chair issued two restriction orders under Section 19 of the Inquiries Act 2005 to prohibit the disclosure or publication of information which is capable of identifying CSA 1 as specified at paragraph 2 of the orders. 802. On the 21st of October 2020, the Chair issued a restriction order under Section 19 of the Inquiries Act 2005 to prohibit the disclosure or publication of information which is capable of identifying CSB 12 as specified at paragraph 2 of the order. 803. On the 21st of October 2020, the Chair issued a restriction order under Section 19 of the Inquiries Act 2005 to prohibit the disclosure or publication of information which is capable of identifying CSA 161 as specified at paragraph 2 of the order. 804. On the 21st of October 2020, the Chair issued a restriction order under Section 19 of the Inquiries Act 2005 to prohibit the disclosure or publication of information which is capable of identifying school/college as specified at paragraph 2 of the order. 805. 8. Broadcasting. The Chair directed that the proceedings would be broadcast, as has occurred in respect of public hearings in other investigations. 9. Redactions and ciphering. The material obtained for this phase of the investigation was redacted and, where appropriate, ciphers were applied, in accordance with the inquiry's protocol on the redaction of documents, the protocol. 806. This meant that, in accordance with Annex A of the protocol, for example, absent specific consent to the contrary, the identities of complainants and victims and survivors of child sexual abuse and other children were redacted, and if the inquiry considered that their identity appeared to be sufficiently relevant to the investigation, a cipher was applied. Pursuant to the protocol, the identities of individuals convicted of child sexual abuse, including those who have accepted a police caution for offences related to child sexual abuse, were not generally redacted unless the naming of the individual would risk the identification of their victim, in which case a cipher would be applied. The protocol also addresses the position in respect of individuals accused, but not convicted, of child sexual abuse or other physical abuse against a child, and provides that their identities should be redacted and a cipher applied. However, where the allegations 800 Restriction Order the 22nd of September 2020 801 Restriction Order the 22nd of September 2020 802 Restriction Order the 16th of October 2020 Restriction Order the 16th of October 2020 803 Restriction Order the 21st of October 2020 804 Restriction Order the 21st of October 2020 805 Restriction Order the 21st of October 2020 806 Inquiry Protocol on Redaction of Documents, Version 3 Annex 1 157 against an individual are so widely known that redaction would serve no meaningful purpose. For example, where the individual's name has been published in the regulated media in connection with allegations of abuse, the protocol provides that the inquiry may decide not to redact their identity. Finally, the protocol recognizes that, while the inquiry will not distinguish as a matter of course between individuals who are known or believed to be deceased and those who are or are believed to be alive, the inquiry may take the fact that an individual is deceased into account when considering whether or not to apply redactions in a particular instance. The protocol anticipates that it may be necessary for core participants to be aware of the identity of individuals whose identity has been redacted and in respect of whom a cipher has been applied, if the same is relevant to their interest in the investigation. 10 Warning Letters. Rule 13 of the Inquiry Rules 2006 provides 1. The chairman may send a warning letter to any person A he considers may be, or who has been, subject to criticism in the inquiry proceedings, or B about whom criticism may be inferred from evidence that has been given during the inquiry proceedings, or C who may be subject to criticism in the report, or any interim report. 2. The recipient of a warning letter may disclose it to his recognized legal representative. 3. The inquiry panel must not include any explicit or significant criticism of a person in the report, or in any interim report, unless A. the chairman has sent that person a warning letter, and B. the person has been given a reasonable opportunity to respond to the warning letter. In accordance with Rule 13, warning letters were sent as appropriate to those who were covered by the provisions of Rule 13, and the chair and panel considered the responses to those letters before finalizing the report. 158. Annex 2. Acronyms. ACC Assistant Chief Constable. ADHD Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. Base Benedos Against Sexual Exploitation. CAMS Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services. CASH Contraception and Sexual Health. CORN Child Abduction Warning Notice. CCE Child Criminal Exploitation. CEVT Child Exploitation Vulnerability Tracker. CSAE Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation. CSE Child Sexual Exploitation. CSN Child Sexual Exploitation by Networks. CP is Child Protection, Information Sharing. CQC Care Quality Commission. CYPMHS Children and Young People's Mental Health Services. DCC Deputy Chief Constable. EFRH Extrafamilial Risk and Harm. EIA Early Investigative Advice. Erase Educate and Raise Awareness of Sexual Exploitation. GDPR General Data Protection Regulation. MIG Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary. MIGFAS Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services. LSCB Local Safeguarding Children Board. LSCP Local Safeguarding Children Partnership. MACE Multi-Agency Child Exploitation. MASH Multi-Agency Safeguarding Hub. NIRA No Apparent Immediate Risk, absent. NCA National Crime Agency. NVAP National Vulnerability Action Plan. NWG Network National Working Group Network. PACE Parents Against Child Exploitation. Annex 2. 159. PTSD Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. RASO Unit Rape and Serious Sexual Offences Unit. Return Home Interview. SEND Special Educational Needs and Disabilities. SERAF Sexual Exploitation Risk Assessment Framework. SHPO Sexual Harm Prevention Order. SRO Sexual Risk Order. TRAP Topaz Risk Assessment Profile. 160. Annex 3. Historical and Legal Context. England. Pre-2009, From Child Prostitution to Exploitation. 1. An understanding of child sexual exploitation first began to emerge in the early 1990s. In 1994, Bernardo set up the UK's first child sexual exploitation programme in Bradford. It began as a pilot project working with child prostitutes, as they were then called. Ms. K. Kelly, who worked for the Bradford Project, a child sexual exploitation program, for 12 years, reported in 2014 that in the early years the reality of the problem was not recognized. Young people were not seen as victims but were treated as perpetrators, as prostitutes. This was despite the fact that they were below the legal age of consent. 807. 2. This coincided with a growing appreciation of the phenomenon of teenage girls in particular absconding and becoming involved in prostitution. For example, this was reported by Nottinghamshire County Council's Social Services in 1991. It was also the focus of the Coalition for the Removal of Pimping, now known as Parents Against Child Exploitation, which was founded in West Yorkshire in 1996. Between 1996 and 1998, further work was done by Nottinghamshire County Council, which included the production of guidance in 1997 stating that all children involved in prostitution were being sexually exploited and are physically, emotionally and sexually at risk, emphasizing the need for an assessment to be undertaken. 808. 3. Between 1989 and 1995, almost 4,000 police cautions were given to children aged between 10 and 18 for offences relating to prostitution, with most given to those aged between 14 and 18 years. 809. 4. Supplementary statutory guidance to working together to safeguard children, 1999. Was issued by the Department of Health in 2000, entitled Safeguarding Children Involved in Prostitution. This explained that the primary law enforcement effort in such cases should be on taking action against those who coerced or abused children and that children involved in prostitution should be treated primarily as the victims of abuse. 810 It made links between children going missing and becoming involved in prostitution and drew particular attention to heightened risks for children in care who were going missing and caregivers. However, sexually exploited children could still be prosecuted. In these circumstances, the supplementary guidance recommended that children be processed through the criminal 807 Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Exploitation in Rotherham 1997-2013, Alexis Jobe, August, 2014, Appendix 4. NAP 000053. 808 Children in Need. Children involved in prostitution, Nottinghamshire Council, 1996. NSC 000054, Nottinghamshire Area Child Protection Committee. Child Protection Procedures, Nottinghamshire Council, April 1997, NTP 001474, an evaluation of the effectiveness of a multidisciplinary approach in providing appropriate services for children involved in prostitution, Sue Gregory. May 1998, NSC 001642. 809 Child Sexual Exploitation in South East Wales, Problems and Solutions from the Perspectives of Young People and Professionals. Dr. Sophie Hallett, July 2013, INQ 006086_020-023. 810 Safeguarding Children Involved in Prostitution, Department of Health, 2000, INQ 006262_006. Annex 3. 161. Justice system in the same way as other young offenders after the practitioners concerned had satisfied themselves that the young person was not being forced into prostitution by another. 811. 5 In December 2000, the Home Office announced funding under its Crime Reduction Program, CRP, for 11 multi-agency projects which aimed to reduce the number of children and women involved in prostitution, reduce crime and disorder associated with street-based prostitution and find out which interventions helped women to leave prostitution. An evaluation of the projects was published in 2004. 812 In respect of the exploitation of children, its recommendations included greater involvement of the police and Crown Prosecution Service, addressing the lack of prosecutions of men for abusing young people and working to encourage early identification of children at risk so as to allow preventative and diversionary work to take place. 6. The Sexual Offences Act 2003 replaced older sexual offences laws with more specific and explicit wording. It stipulated that a child under 13 is unable to consent to sexual intercourse, redefined sexual assault and provided for sexual offences protection orders, now sexual harm prevention orders, and sexual harm orders. It also created sexual exploitation offences, including arranging or facilitating the commission of a child sexual offence, paying for the sexual services of a child, causing or inciting the sexual exploitation of a child, arranging or facilitating the sexual exploitation of a child and controlling a child subject to sexual exploitation. 813. 7 By 2010, in addition to the Home Office crime reduction projects, the problem of the sexual exploitation of children had become more visible. 7.1. In 2002, the National Children's Bureau, working with the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC, published a study exploring the experiences of 55 young women who had been sexually exploited. 814. 7.2. In 2003, a young teenager, Ms. Charlene Downs, disappeared in Blackpool. She was believed to have been a victim of sexual exploitation and killed by her abusers. A subsequent investigation revealed endemic sexual abuse in the town, and Project Awaken was set up involving professionals from licensing, social services, education and the police. 815. 7.3. Also in 2003, the police in Keighley, West Yorkshire, interviewed 33 girls aged between 13 and 17 years. Up to 50 men were suspected to have been involved in exploiting them. Charges were brought against 10 men and 2 were convicted. The mothers of some children aged 12 and 13 had approached their local MP, Ms. Anne Cryer, to ask for help because their children were being exploited by gangs of Asian men in their 20s and 30s. The MP began to campaign for the police and children's social care to take action. 811. Safeguarding children involved in prostitution, Department of Health, 2000, INQ 006262. 812. Tackling street prostitution, towards an holistic approach, Home Office Research Study 279, Marianne Hester, Nicole. Westmoreland, July, 2004, INQ 006281. 813. Home Office Counting Rules for Recording Crime, Sexual Offences, Rape, Other Offences, Home Office, 2000, INQ 006498_041. 814. Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Exploitation in Rotherham, 1997-2013, Alexis Jobe, August, 2014, NAP 00053_134. 815. Beyond the Pleasure Beach, Julie Bindle, The Guardian, 30 May, 2008, INQ 006497. 162. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organised Networks, Investigation Report. 7.4. In 2005, the Coalition for the Removal of Pimping published a series of reports highlighting the plight of sexually exploited children and their parents and campaigning for action to end it. 816. 7.5. In 2006, there was a prosecution in Blackpool of 4 men for the rape of a 16-year-old girl. The victim and a friend were given alcohol in an Indian restaurant before being taken to an attic and assaulted. One victim said she was abused by 4 men. 2 men were convicted. 7.6. In 2007, 20 men were arrested and 3 were charged with rape in relation to the grooming and abuse of 20 girls in the Oldham area. 2 convictions for abduction were secured. 7.7. In 2010, 5 men were convicted of sexual offences against girls aged 12 to 16. In Rotherham, Mr. Andrew Norfolk, a journalist, began what would become a 4-year investigation into allegations of grooming and sexual exploitation in Rotherham and other towns, by mainly Asian perpetrators. His first investigative piece was published in 2011. 2010-16, Growing Awareness of Child Sexual Exploitation. 8. From 2010 to 2016, there were various high-profile prosecutions involving child sexual exploitation. These included Operation Lakeland, 2008. 3 men convicted for the sexual exploitation of children in Cornwall. It was thought that they sexually exploited around 30 young girls. Operation Retriever, November 2010. 11 men convicted of offences connected with the sexual exploitation of children in Derbyshire. Operation Chalice, May 2011. The collapse of a trial relating to offences of child trafficking and exploitation in Telford. Operation Span, May 2012. Convictions of men from Rochdale and Oldham, including in relation to sexual activity with a child and trafficking in persons for the purpose of prostitution/trafficking. Operation Bullfinch, June 2013. A child sexual exploitation trial in Oxford resulting in convictions for the rape of a child under 13 and trafficking. Operation L, 2014. 15. 10 men convicted in relation to a child sexual abuse ring in Peterborough. Operation Brook, 2014. 13 men convicted of the sexual exploitation of children in Bristol. Operation Doublet, February 2016. 10 men convicted of offences related to child sexual exploitation which took place in Rochdale between 2004 and 2008 against victims and survivors aged 13 to 23. Operation Clover, 2015. 17. 21 people, including 2 women, convicted after 4 trials of multiple offences, including rapes, false imprisonment and sexual intercourse with children under 13 in Rotherham. 816. Independent inquiry into child sexual exploitation in Rotherham 1997-2013, Alexis Jobe, August 2014, NAP 0000053_136. 137. Annex 3. 163. Operation Sanctuary, 2014. 17 men and 1 woman convicted of sexually exploiting girls in Newcastle and sentenced to between 4 and 20 years imprisonment, and in 2019, 9 men convicted of the sexual exploitation of girls in Bradford, 7 of whom received prison sentences of between 17 and 20 years. 9. In August 2009, the Department for Children, Schools and Families published statutory guidance, safeguarding children and young people from sexual exploitation. 817. This guidance provided a definition of child sexual exploitation for the first time. Key guiding principles were set out for how public bodies and other organizations should approach the issue of child sexual exploitation, for example, the need for a child-centered approach, being proactive in tackling the problem and the need for an integrated approach. 10. In January 2011, Barnardo's published its report into child sexual exploitation, Puppet on a String, the urgent need to cut children free from sexual exploitation, which recorded concern that child sexual exploitation was prevalent but noted that it was very difficult to say how many children and young people were being exploited in the UK because the hidden nature of the issue made it difficult to identify. 818. Barnardo's observed that practitioners often did not recognize child sexual exploitation, and young people frequently did not recognize that they had been exploited. 11. In November 2011, the Department for Education published its Tackling Child Sexual Exploitation Action Plan in the wake of Operation Receiver and Operation Chalice. An important part of this action plan was to educate children and young people, and their parents, on the risks of child sexual exploitation and how to combat them. The report considered the link between children going missing and running away and child sexual exploitation. In addition, it noted concern that a lack of reported cases of child sexual exploitation may be due to people not looking for or reporting it. 819. 12 In June 2013, the Home Affairs Committee published a lengthy report which found evidence that child sexual exploitation was a specialized form of abuse to which older children were particularly vulnerable. 820 The report found that those involved in child protection were more used to dealing with cases of familial abuse, and so professionals often failed to recognize localized child sexual exploitation as a form of abuse. They were therefore unable to piece together the different parts of a puzzle in order to create a clear picture of what was happening. 821 The Home Affairs Committee also concluded that there had been a cultural and attitudinal failing in relation to child sexual exploitation. 2. Many professionals referred to victims and survivors as being promiscuous, engaging in risky behavior, or having consented to sexual activity. 822 Professionals were observed to be lacking in compassion, and agencies were failing to work effectively together. Early warning signs often went unnoticed. Grooming often took place in informal settings such as parks, streets, restaurants and taxi offices. The important role played by the voluntary sector was emphasized. 823 The Home Affairs Committee also considered a widespread 817 Safeguarding Children and Young People from Sexual Exploitation, Supplementary Guidance to Working Together to Safeguard Children, Department for Children, Schools and Families, August 2009, INQ 006284. 818 Puppet on a String, The Urgent Need to Cut Children Free from Sexual Exploitation, Bernardos, 1 January 2011, NAP 000031. 819 Tackling Child Sexual Exploitation, Action Plan, Department for Education, November 2011, INQ 006499. 820 Child Sexual Exploitation and the Response to Localized Grooming, House of Commons Home Affairs Committee, 5 June 2013. HOM 003355. 821 HOM 003355_009 para 12. 822 HOM 003355_014 para 20. 823 HOM 003355_052-053. 164. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organized Networks, Investigation Report. Perception that the majority of perpetrators were of Asian, British Asian or Muslim origin. It reported that the issue of race, and the fear of being seen as racist, may have hindered the detection and intervention in some cases of child sexual exploitation throughout the country for a number of years. 824 Indeed, upon arrest, some of those in Rochdale alleged that the prosecution was motivated by race. 825 The Home Affairs Committee found that it was Essential that professionals were able to raise their concerns freely and without fear of being labeled racist. 826. However, many of those involved in investigating child sexual exploitation cases warned against citing race as a key factor, and a number of child sexual exploitation cases involving groups of offenders from other ethnic backgrounds were identified. 827. 13. In November 2013, the Office of the Children's Commissioner produced a report following an inquiry into child sexual exploitation in gangs and groups. It found that, whilst the picture remained inconsistent, no part of the country had a fully joined-up, multi-agency, child-centered approach to addressing child sexual exploitation in gangs and groups. In addition, too many local authorities were still failing to comply with the Working Together to Safeguard Children guidance on child sexual exploitation. 828. 14. In October 2013, following a public consultation, the Crown Prosecution Service published guidance for prosecutors looking at child sexual abuse. This was intended to cover similar cases to those seen in Operation Span and Operation Bullfinch. 829. Prosecutors were told to focus on the overall credibility of an allegation rather than the perceived weakness of the person making it, and to facilitate early consultation with police investigators to advise on strategy. A Rape and Serious Sexual Offences (RASO) unit was established as a specialist unit within the Crown Prosecution Service to provide a central point of expertise. A number of recommendations were made about the need to support victims and witnesses from the outset of the investigation and throughout criminal proceedings. 15. In August 2014, the chair of this inquiry, Professor Alexis Jobe, authored a report which identified the sexual exploitation of at least 1,400 children and young people in Rotherham between 1997 and 2013. The report analysed 66 children's case files, many of which showed classic evidence of grooming, including children being picked up from school and given presents, mobile phones, free alcohol and sometimes drugs. The nature of the abuse perpetrated against the victims involved children being raped by multiple perpetrators, trafficked to other towns and cities in the north of England, and being abducted, beaten and intimidated. The report concluded with a number of key recommendations, including, among others, improving the quality of risk assessments, improving how looked after children were dealt with, improving multi-agency working, and the need for more direct engagement with women and men from ethnic minority communities on the issue of child sexual exploitation and other forms of abuse. The report found no evidence of children's social care staff within Rotherham Council being influenced by concerns about the ethnic origins of suspected perpetrators when dealing with individual child protection cases, including child sexual exploitation. 830. In the broader organizational context, however, it found a widespread perception that the message conveyed by some senior people in the council, and also 824 HOM 003355_054 para 109. 825 HOM 003355_055 para 111. 826 HOM 003355_059 para 120. 827 HOM003355_057 Paras 116117. 828 If only someone had listened. Office of the Children's Commissioner's Inquiry into Child Sexual Exploitation in Gangs and Groups. Final Report November 2013, HOM 003339. 829 Child Sexual Abuse, Guidelines on Prosecuting Cases of Child Sexual Abuse, Crown Prosecution Service, the 17th of October 2013. DHP 000453. 830 NAP 000053_097. Annex 3. 165. By the police, was to downplay the ethnic dimensions of child sexual exploitation. 831. Unsurprisingly, frontline staff appeared to be confused as to what they were supposed to say and do and what would be interpreted as racist. 832. 16 Following the publication of Professor J's report, South Yorkshire Police invited the National Crime Agency to lead an independent investigation. By 2021, Operation Stovewood had secured 20 convictions and expected that number to rise. Those convicted have received prison sentences totaling around 250 years. 17 In October 2014, an independent report, Real Voices, Child Sexual Exploitation in Greater Manchester, was produced by Ms. Anne Coffey MP 833. This examined the work which had been undertaken to disrupt and respond to child sexual exploitation since the events in Rochdale. The report was largely prepared by speaking to victims and survivors of child sexual exploitation and other young people. It concluded that, whilst there had been a shift away from talking about child prostitution to child protection, a culture persisted in some areas. That child sexual exploitation was the norm. A key to fighting against a culture of acceptance was to give young people the tools to fight back against child sexual exploitation themselves. The report also raised a number of concerns and recommendations about the criminal justice system. 18 In February 2015, the Oxfordshire Serious Case Review, SCR, was published following the events highlighted by the Operation Bullfinch trial, in which 20 young people were identified as potential victims of child sexual exploitation. 834 The SCR once again identified that assessing the scale of child sexual exploitation was a very difficult task, but that there had been some improvements in Oxfordshire over the previous 3 to 4 years. 19 In March 2015, Ms., now Baroness, Louise Casey produced a report for the Department for Communities and Local Government, Reflections on Child Sexual Exploitation. In this report, she concluded that a dual approach was needed in which support for victims of child sexual exploitation ran alongside a vigilant and zero-tolerance policy. 835 Further efforts needed to be directed towards the perpetrators, both in order to detect, prevent and disrupt abuse at the earliest stages and to ensure their successful prosecution. The report emphasized the availability of civil remedies which specifically related to sexual offenses or grooming and other wider nuisance and antisocial behavior, injunctive and closure powers. The report concluded that key warning signs of child sexual exploitation were still being missed and commented on a lack of professional curiosity as to what was happening to the children concerned. 20 In July 2015, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary published a report into the role of the police in keeping children safe. It noted that there was no specific offence of child sexual exploitation and found that the quality of investigation of cases of child sexual exploitation was very mixed. Practice tended to be better in those areas where there had been a big case and where, previously, mistakes had been made and lessons learnt. 831 NAP 000053097 832 NAP 00053_097 833 Real Voices, Child Sexual Exploitation in Greater Manchester, an independent report by Anne Coffey, MP, October 2014. INQ 006486. 834 Serious Case Review into Child Sexual Exploitation in Oxfordshire, from the experiences of children O, B, C, D, E, and F, Allen. Bedford for Oxfordshire Safeguarding Children Board, the 26th of February, 2016, INQ 006097. 835 Reflections on Child Sexual Exploitation, Louise KCCB for the Department for Communities and Local Government, March 2015, INQ 006500. 166. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organised Networks, Investigation Report. 2016-20, renewed focus on redefining and tackling child sexual exploitation. 21 In February 2017, the Department for Education published non-statutory guidance. Child Sexual Exploitation, Definition and a Guide for Practitioners, Local Leaders and Decision Makers working to protect children from child sexual exploitation. 836 This updated the definition of child sexual exploitation in light of concern that the previous definition had given rise to inconsistencies in risk assessment and data collection. It also gave guidance on how to spot children who may be particularly vulnerable to sexual exploitation. 22 In 2017, local safeguarding children boards, LSCBs, were replaced by local safeguarding children partnerships, under the Children and Social Work Act 2017. The partnership model placed an equal duty on the Chief of Police, the head of the Clinical Commissioning Group, and the Chief Executive of the local authority to work together to make arrangements to safeguard and protect the welfare of children in their area. These changes were required to have been implemented by the 30th of September 2019. 23 The year 2018 saw the culmination of the Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation (CSAE) Prevention Program, which was delivered in partnership between various agencies and charities with the aim of scoping needs and trends in child sexual exploitation across the 10 policing regions in England and Wales. 837 This program produced numerous resources, including on appropriate language, the nighttime economy, parents and carers, people from an ethnic minority and LGBTQ+ young people. The CSAE strategy for England focused on education, multi-agency working, return home interviews, RIS, perpetrators, and children aged 16-18, among other themes. 24 In April 2019, the Home Office published its Child Exploitation Disruption Toolkit with the purpose of providing frontline professionals with information about the legislative opportunities at their disposal, ranging from warning notices to offence charges and care orders, to target specific risks. 838. 25. At the same time, Public Health England published guidance on how public health can support prevention and intervention in child sexual exploitation. 839. It explained that contraception and sexual health, CASH, services have a significant role to play in child sexual exploitation. Public Health England found that most services had screening and risk assessment processes in place, but many needed to improve in order to be effective. 26. The effectiveness of RIS for missing children was considered in a report from the Children's Society and the NSPCC, published in 2019. 840. Its key findings included that an RIS should be seen as part of a continuum of responses when a young person is reported as missing, and that provision for children in out-of-area placements was a particular challenge, including a lack of detailed data and issues with information sharing. A similar analysis was conducted by the charity Missing People in June 2019. 841. Its report noted that 836 child sexual exploitation definition and a guide for practitioners, local leaders and decision-makers working to protect children from child sexual exploitation, Department for Education, February 2017, ADC 000012. 837. National Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Prevention Strategy, England, the Children's Society, Victim Support and the National Police Chiefs Council, NPCC, 2018, INQ 006234. 838. Child Exploitation Disruption Toolkit, Home Office, 15 April, 2019, HOM 003365. 839. Child Sexual Exploitation, How Public Health Can Support Prevention and Intervention, Public Health England, April 2019. HOM 003325. 840. The First Step, How Return Home Interviews Can Improve Support and Safeguarding for Missing Young People, Irinapana, Phil Rawes and Hannah Chetwynd for the Children's Society, NCA 000409. 841. A Safer Return, an analysis of the value of return home interviews in identifying risk and ensuring returning missing children are supported. Missing People, NCA 000410. Annex 3. 167. Serious harm and ongoing risks were not confined to the minority identified as high risk but were regularly disclosed by young people assessed to be at medium or low risk by the police while missing. It stressed the importance of also providing RIS to this latter group. 27. In September 2019, the Children's Commissioner for England called for the use of unregulated accommodation to be banned for all under 18s in care. Her report noted that 1 in 8 children in care spent some time in unregulated placements in 2018/19 and that this number was increasing due to the lack of capacity in children's homes and a belief that children aged just 16 should be ready to become independent. Additionally, it referred to children who became victims of exploitation and abuse whilst living in unregulated accommodation. 842. 28 December 2019 saw the publication of Part 1 of the Independent Assurance Review of the Effectiveness of Multi-Agency Responses to Child Sexual Exploitation in Greater Manchester. This examined local agencies' responses to the systematic sexual exploitation of young girls. In the Rochdale area in 2004-5, Operation Augusta. It found, in summary, that although there was significant information held by both Manchester City Council and Greater Manchester Police on some individuals who potentially posed a risk to children, we can offer no assurance that appropriate action was taken to address this risk. We found very little evidence of professionals considering the risk these perpetrators presented to their own children and the children they met throughout their daily activities. 843. 29 In a 2020 triennial review of serious case reviews carried out between 2014 and 2017, it was noted that child sexual exploitation was a persistent theme, being recorded as an issue in 9% of reports. The review noted that, despite many public documents related to the issue and previous SCRs, there was evidence that practitioners were still slow to recognize vulnerabilities to child sexual exploitation and respond to risks, particularly if the child was male. 844. Wales. 30 In 2005, Ben Eddowes published a report, Out of Sight Out of Mind, Child Sexual Exploitation, which noted that there was, at that stage, no service provision for child sexual exploitation in Wales. The report identified at least 184 separate cases of children being sexually exploited, or with concerns of sexual exploitation, across 20 of the 21 Welsh local authorities. Only 8 of these local authorities were identified as having protocols on children abused through prostitution, something that the guidance in force at the time required them to have. 845 The report concluded that the development of systems to safeguard sexually exploited children and young people in Wales has to date been insufficient. 846. 842 Unregulated, children in care living in semi-independent accommodation, Children's Commissioner, September 2020. INQ 006274. 843 Part 1, An Assurance Review of Operation Augusta, Malcolm Newsom CBE and Gary Ridgway, December 2019, INQ 004899. 844 Complexity and Challenge, a triennial analysis of SCRs 2014-2017, Marion Brandonit al., March 2020, INQ 006183. 845 Safeguarding Children Involved in Prostitution, Department of Health, May 2000, INQ 006262. 846 Out of Sight, Out of Mind, Child Sexual Exploitation. A scoping study into service provision for sexually exploited children in Wales. Ben Eddowes, November 2005, BRD 000283. 168. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organised Networks, Investigation Report. 31 In 2007, Ben Eddowes conducted a pilot study into the use of the Sexual Exploitation Risk Assessment Framework, SERIF, in Newport. 847 Out of a total 367 children, 186 were found to be not at risk, 60 at mild risk, 54 at moderate risk and 67 at significant risk. Of the total sample, 54% were male, but the analysis suggested that females were more at risk than males. 60% of those at significant risk were females. 32 in 2008, a follow-up report extended the Seraph trial into 2 additional local authority areas. Overall, the report recognized considerable progress in Wales over the past 3 years in increasing professional awareness of child sexual exploitation. 848. 33 in 2010, the Welsh Government produced guidance to help police, teachers, social workers and health workers amongst others to rise to the challenge of identifying children at risk of sexual exploitation and taking steps to protect them and in ensuring that action is taken against perpetrators. 849. All LCSBs were told to take account of the guidance and local authorities were required to comply with it unless there were exceptional reasons for not doing so. 34 in June 2011, the All Wales Protocol for Missing Children was produced. 850. This explained that incidents of children going missing should be taken seriously and set out how agencies should work together to deal with such incidents. When a child returned, the protocol set out that an interview/debrief should take place as soon as possible but at least within 3 working days. 35 in November 2013, the All Wales Child Protection Procedures Review Group, which had a mandate and representation from all the LSCBs and partner agencies in Wales, published the All Wales Protocol on Children at Risk of Abuse through Sexual Exploitation. 851. This protocol was designed to be used in conjunction with Seraph and to offer operational support for field practitioners and managers in child sexual exploitation work. It set out the formal procedures to be used where there are concerns that a child is at risk of, or is abused through, sexual exploitation. Among other things, the protocol sought to define sexual exploitation and provide frameworks for the handling of cases and exchange of information between agencies. LCSBs were also told to ensure that they had adequate monitoring systems in place. 36. The next significant development was the publication of the 2015/16 National Action Plan to Tackle Child Sexual Exploitation, Wales. 852. This exhorted LCSBs to prepare, prevent, protect and pursue. It set out a number of actions which were to be completed in 2016, including an evaluation of the effectiveness of the Seraph tool, the development of a national dataset to capture the profile, prevalence and response to child sexual exploitation in Wales, and the development by LCSBs and partners of mechanisms to assess risk, develop best practice approaches to placements, and monitor and ensure consistency of practice. 847. Sexual Exploitation Risk Assessment Framework, a pilot study, Barbados, October, 2007, BRD 000284. 848. Child Sexual Exploitation in Wales, 3 years on, Dr. Sam Clutton and Joe Coles for Barbados, 2008, BRD 000285. 849. Safeguarding Children and Young People from Sexual Exploitation, Supplementary Guidance to Safeguarding Children, Working Together under the Children Act 2004, Welsh Assembly Government, 2010, INQ 005268. 850. All Wales Protocol, Missing Children, Children who run away or go missing from home or care, All Wales Child Protection Procedures Review, the 20th of June, 2011, INQ 006501. 851 Safeguarding and promoting the welfare of children who are at risk of abuse through sexual exploitation, All Wales Protocol, All Wales Child Protection Procedures Review Group, November, 2013, INQ 005418. 852 National Action Plan to Tackle Child Sexual Exploitation, Wales, Welsh Government, 2016, INQ 005422. Annex 3. 169. 37 A review of child sexual exploitation statutory guidance was commissioned in 2017. This established that there was still variance in the way in which child sexual exploitation was defined. It also found confusion over the function of SERAF and concern that it was being relied on at the expense of professional judgment. The overarching recommendation of the review was that the statutory guidance should be updated, although it made 26 separate recommendations, including replacing the definition of child sexual exploitation with a broader, bullet point approach listing various factors and the establishment of a national child sexual exploitation group led by the Welsh Government. 853 Subsequently, the Welsh Government removed references to SERAF from its safeguarding procedures. The Welsh Government no longer prescribes a risk assessment template, such as SERAF, but allows local authorities or safeguarding boards to use SERAF or other assessments. 854. 38 The CSAE Prevention Programme also produced a National Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Prevention Strategy, Wales. 855 It identified a need for more age-appropriate and consistent education of children on issues such as consent and boundaries and how to prevent child sexual exploitation. It suggested that education and support should also be provided to perpetrators and potential perpetrators to prevent further offending. It further recommended that RIS and debriefs be placed on a statutory basis and made consistent across Wales. 39 In 2019, researchers at Cardiff University published Keeping Safe, an analysis of the outcomes of work with sexually exploited young people in Wales. This tracked the outcomes for young people identified as being at risk of child sexual exploitation over a 10-year period. It aimed to explore how best to support young people when responding to child sexual exploitation and the challenges involved in doing so. One of the key findings from this research was that there are problems with the current risk-based approach to tackling child sexual exploitation, which focuses on managing young people's so-called risky behaviors. Additionally, it found that a larger proportion of those who were at high risk of or who were being sexually exploited had negative outcomes at and after case closure. 856. 40 In July 2019, the Welsh Government published its National Action Plan, Preventing and Responding to Child Sexual Abuse, Working Together to Safeguard People. Child sexual exploitation was defined as a form of sexual abuse, involving a child, which involves some form of exchange. It was noted that the exchange can include the giving or withdrawal of something, such as the withdrawal of violence or threats to abuse another person. There may be a facilitator who receives something in addition to or instead of the child who is exploited. Children may not recognize the exploitative nature of the relationship or exchange. Children may feel that they have given consent. 857. 41. Dr. Sophie Hallett described this as not amounting to a definition of child sexual exploitation but rather as an observation about child sexual exploitation being a form of child sexual abuse, occurring to those under 18 years old, involving a form of exchange. 858. 853. Review of the Wales Safeguarding Children and Young People from Sexual Exploitation, CSE, Statutory Guidance, Welsh Government, November, 2017, INQ 006088. 854 WGT 000464_009. 855 National Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Prevention Strategy, Wales, Children's Society, 2018, INQ 006235. 856 Keeping Safe. An analysis of the outcomes of work with sexually exploited young people in Wales, Dr. Sophie Hallett et al., 2019. INQ 006085, INQ 006087_002-003. 857 National Action Plan, Preventing and Responding to Child Sexual Abuse, Working Together to Safeguard People, Welsh Government, CIW 000042_005. 858 INQ 006087_004-005 Para 11. 170. Child Sexual Exploitation by Organised Networks, Investigation Report. 42 In February 2020, the Welsh Government confirmed that each of the 6 safeguarding children's boards had submitted evidence that they had put in place measures to ensure that partners were aware of the actions contained in the National Action Plan and had agreed arrangements for evidencing their implementation. 859. 859 National Action Plan on Preventing and Responding to Child Sexual Abuse Arrangements for Implementation by Safeguarding Children's Boards, Welsh Government, February 2020, WGT 000471. 171. Annex 4. The Case Study Areas. Introduction. 1. As explained in Part A, in order to facilitate the detailed investigation and assessment of the themes for this investigation, the inquiry selected 6 local authority areas as case study areas. Durham County Council, Durham, in North East England. The City and County of Swansea Council, Swansea, in Wales. Warwickshire County Council, Warwickshire, in the west of England. St Helens Council, St Helens, a metropolitan borough within Merseyside. The London Borough of Tower Hamlets, in East London, and Bristol City Council, Bristol, in southwest England. In addition, the inquiry also reviewed a sample of children's cases from each of the 6 areas. For closer analysis. 2. A detailed thematic analysis of the evidence is set out in Parts D to L of this report. This Annex sets out the inquiry's conclusions about the key statutory agencies in each case study area with respect to the 8 themes in this investigation. Problem profiling, i.e. the collation of data and intelligence to provide a picture of the nature and extent of child sexual exploitation in a given area, and the disruption of suspects and perpetrators of child sexual exploitation, see Parts H and I. Empathy and concern for child victims, see Part E. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children, see Part F. Missing children, return home interviews and children in care, see Parts D and G. Male victims, see Part D. Children with disabilities, see Part D. Partnership working between agencies responsible for tackling child sexual exploitation, see Part J, and Audit, Review and Performance Improvement, see Part K. Durham. Problem Profiling. 3. Durham Constabulary's most recent problem profile for child sexual exploitation from 2019 did not provide an adequate assessment of the nature and scale of child sexual exploitation in the area or allow for analysis of the issue. Crimes were classed as CSA rather than E, where there was no explicit mention of grooming or exploitative techniques was 172. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Mentioned. 860. The profile also only considered data over a period of 3 months, which cannot be comprehensive as suggested. 861. As a result, as accepted by the police and local safeguarding partnership, the extent of child sexual exploitation in Durham was likely to be underestimated. 862. For no evidence was provided about the number of cases of child sexual exploitation by networks using the inquiry's definition, although such cases plainly existed. 863. Other definitions were used, but these appeared to further limit the type of group of abusers being considered by Durham Constabulary. 864. 5. Ethnicity was not recorded for suspects in 35% of 1,900 cases of child sexual abuse and exploitation, and for 14% of 1,138 victims in Durham in 2018/19. 865. Disruption. 6. There were several examples of insufficient efforts to use disruption tactics to protect children. Child abduction warning notices, CAWNs, were used proactively in Durham but were not visible on police systems. In 2020, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services, MICFAS, identified limited evidence of disruption activity at hotspot locations or in relation to known perpetrators. 866. Empathy and concern for child victims. 7. Durham Constabulary's child sexual exploitation profile and the Council's sexual exploitation strategy used inappropriate language suggesting that children had consented to sexual acts. There were also examples of victim-blaming language but limited evidence of it being challenged. 867. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children. 8. Although there was a large increase in the number of recent assessments in which child sexual exploitation was identified as a factor, the outdated checklist approach taken by Durham County Council to assessing the risk of child sexual exploitation was concerning. 868. Indicators of risk were conflated with indicators of actual harm, and the inquiry was told that children would not be classified as high risk where there was no identified perpetrator. 869. While the inquiry saw no evidence of this approach being put into practice, such an approach is wholly unacceptable. 9. Risk assessments relating to several of the case study children in Durham were of poor quality. 870 only cases considered high risk were monitored via the Child Exploitation Vulnerability Tracker, CEVT, leading to a reduction in the number of cases being monitored. 871. 860 DHP 000379_013, Banks the 23rd of September 2020 93/3-94/7. 861 DHP 000440_010 para 34. 862 DHP 000379_013, Michael Banks the 23rd of September 2020 93/3-94/7. 863 DHP 000379_014, DHP 000456_013 para 34. 864 DHP 000379_002, DHP 000456_012 para 31, DHP 000492_006. 865 DHP 000440_016 para 54. David Orford the 23rd of September 2021 22/2-16. 866 INQ 005331_025. 867 Pierce the 23rd of September 2020 the 11th of August 2014, the 12th of February 2013. DUC 000685_004 para 17, DUC 000817_001 para 3. 868 DUC 000783. 869 Pierce the 23rd of September 2020 48/19-49/11. DUC 000796. 870 CS of 50 the 29th of October 2023 /3-7/7, CS of 29 the 29th of October 2027 /9-13/18. CS 114 the 29th of October 2020 13/21-16/4. CS 118 the 29th of October 2020 _16/6-18/9. 871 DHP 000467_001. Annex 4. 173. 10. The level of intervention, protection given and the outcomes for some children were very poor. There was evidence that children were prematurely removed from the list of those discussed at multi-agency meetings when they were experiencing harm. 872. 11. There are clear areas for improvement in both the assessment forms and processes for monitoring risk in County Durham. Missing children, return home interviews and children in care. 12. Durham's performance in relation to missing children was mixed. Durham Constabularies Philomena Protocol, aimed at coordinating responses to young people in children's homes going missing, was commended by the National Police Chiefs Council as an example of good practice and is being adopted by other forces. 873. However, in 2020, MICFAS recommended that Durham Constabulary immediately improves practice in cases of children who go missing from home. 874. 13 Durham County Council had a lower than average percentage of children in care placed out of area. However, it was not able to provide the inquiry with the number of sexually exploited children placed outside the area, and 7 children at risk of sexual exploitation were placed in unregulated placements outside Durham in the 2 years to March 2019. 875 male victims. 14 A number of boys were discussed at an operational child exploitation group. No specific child sexual exploitation services were available for boys and young men, but there was timely support for one of the male case study children in line with his and his parents' wishes. 876 children with disabilities. 15 It is fairly early days in terms of the approach to children with disabilities in Durham, with its assessment form only recently including specific recognition around any disability or additional vulnerability. 877 The Council has also only relatively recently included disability as a specific factor on its SEVD. 878 partnership working. 16 There was evidence of strong partnership working on child sexual exploitation in Durham, particularly following the formation of the police-led Erase, Educate and Raise Awareness of Sexual Exploitation team. While there was variability, there was also positive involvement of schools, health services and other agencies with some case study children in Durham. 872 Pierce the 23rd of September 2020 40/9-41/13. 873 NAP 0000016_025-026 DHP 0004440_046 para 166 WSP 0000232_010 para 44. 874 INQ 0053310-020-021. 875 DUC 0000658_009 para 43. 876 the 29th of October 2020 19/25-21/15 DUC 0000739_005. 877 Pierce the 23rd of September 2020 20/15-17 DUC 0000685_011 para 57. 878 Pierce the 23rd of September 2020 21/14-22/21 DUC 0000813_005 DHP 0000528 DHP 0000456_004 paras 10-11. 174 Child Sexual Exploitation by Organized Networks, Investigation Report. Audit, Review and Performance Improvement. 17 There has been a significant amount of internal service audit activity on child sexual exploitation and missing children within Durham, but this has not so far led to significant practice improvement by Durham Constabulary, as shown by the 2020 MICFAS report. 879 Swansea. Problem profiling. 18 In the South Wales police area, if the exchange between the victim and perpetrator was not abundantly clear from the outset, cases were logged as child sexual abuse rather than exploitation. 880 This is not consistent with the intention of the Welsh guidance that exchange denotes the exploitation of a need. 881. 19 Neither South Wales Police nor the City and County of Swansea Council, Swansea Council, knew accurately how many children were being or were at risk of being harmed through sexual exploitation. Due to inconsistencies in reporting and use of the flag system, South Wales Police's 2019 problem profile recognised that there may have been significantly more occurrences that involve sexually exploiting a child than the profile reflected. 882 While Swansea Council accepted that there was a sharp reduction in child sexual exploitation cases between 2018 and 2019, it was also unable to give a clear explanation of this figure. 883. 20 Using the inquiry's definition, there were examples of child sexual exploitation by networks over this period. 884 Such instances of exploitation by networks or groups should have been identified by the police and the local authority. South Wales Police incorrectly told us that there were no data to suggest sexual exploitation by organised networks, whether according to the inquiry's definition or at all. 885. 21 Across the South Wales Police area, including Swansea, less than half of the 56 incidents of child sexual exploitation in 2018/19 recorded the victim's ethnicity. 886. Disruption. 22 There were examples of successful disruption in Swansea. South Wales Police placed a child in police protection, disrupted a specific address on the premise of antisocial behaviour, and encouraged inspections of another location about which concerns were raised. 887. Swansea Council requested a number of CAWNs, used passport markers, engaged with the National Referral Mechanism, and communicated with housing services where there were properties of concern. 888. 23 Among the case study children, however, disruption opportunities were missed on several occasions. For example, one perpetrator was the subject of similar allegations in the past, but the case was closed with no rationale given, no child sexual exploitation flag placed. 879 INQ 005331_020-21. 880 SWP 000151_004 para 1.9. 881 Richards the 24th of September 108/16-109/22. 882 SWP 000079_007,014. SWP 000151_013-014 paras 1.41.41. 883 SCC 000550_014 para 78. 884 SWP 000085_011-012. See also the 24th of September 2020 37/6-38/12. SCC 000550_028 paras 148152. 885 SWP 000151_008 para 1.27. SWP 000163_002-003 para 6. SWP 000151_016 para 1.49, SWP 000151_040 para 3.21. 886 SWP 000151_003 para 1.4. 887 SWP 000151_017-019 paras 1.48 1.55. 888 INQ 006444. Annex 4. 175. On his record, and no application for a sexual risk order, SO, was made even though the frequency and similarities of the allegations would have made him a likely candidate for such an order. 889. Empathy and concern for child victims. 24 victim-blaming language and attitudes were evident in some of the Swansea case studies, despite the guidance on language provided to staff. For example, CSA24 was described as having had sexual partners from the age of 11, even though anyone under the age of 13 can never legally give consent. 890. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children. 25 From November 2019, the Welsh Government moved away from risk assessment forms to encourage a more holistic approach. Its revised guidance included prompts for physical signs, emotional signs, material signs and behavioral signs. 891. Despite this, Swansea Council continued to use the outdated Sexual Exploitation Risk Assessment Framework, SERIF, which they misinterpreted as a national requirement. 892. The practitioner prompts should be included in all risk assessments in Swansea as a matter of urgency. 26. Swansea Council also identified a theme about premature removal, with 2 case study children, CSA 24 and CSA 25, removed from its child sexual exploitation protocol while still at significant risk. 893. 27. There were specialist services available for sexually exploited young people in Swansea through Barnardo's and the South Wales National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC, Protect and Respect Project. 894. Missing children, return home interviews and children in care. 28. During an almost 3-year period, 10 children went missing in excess of 50 times each. 1 went missing 115 times. 895. The local Safeguarding Children Board identified that missing children and young people were only offered return home interviews, RIS, if they were perceived as medium to high risk and that information from RIS was not routinely shared. 896. 29. It was not possible to determine the numbers of sexually exploited children from Swansea placed outside their home area from the data provided. 897. When a child is placed out of area, there should be a cross-border meeting between police forces, and sometimes a social worker, but such meetings do not always take place. 898. 30. Positive practice in the Swansea area included the fact that suitable accommodation and specialist care was given to 2 of the case study children beyond their 18th birthday, when they left care. 899. 889. SWP 000162, SWP 000162_009. 890. Thomas, the 24th of September, 2020 42/13-17, 51/21-52/8, 56/1-6. 891 Heaney, the 1st of October, 2020 72/13-73/24, INQ 006455_017, INQ 006466. 892 Thomas, the 24th of September, 2020 73/8-18. SCC 000550_014-016 Paras 8088, SCC 000550_017 Paras 9597, SCC 000550_046, Paras 268270. 893 Thomas, the 24th of September, 2020 95/16-96/11, 98/2-13. 894 NSP 000168_001-003, INQ 005103, INQ 005080. 895 SWP 000172. 896 INQ 006560_014. 897 SCC 000550_027 Paras 143147. 898 SWP 000151_043-046 Para 4.9, 4.15 4.18. 899 Thomas, the 24th of September, 2020 99/17-100/8. 176. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Male victims. 31. The often hidden nature of child sexual exploitation against boys and young men is recognized in Wales. 900. Swansea Council anticipated that its contextual safeguarding pilot, with a wider brief on criminal exploitation, would enable it to identify more males at risk of sexual exploitation. A January 2020 systems review found that Swansea Council was identifying extrafamilial harm within current practice better than the other sites that they looked at across the UK, and responding to this in a coordinated manner. 901. Children with disabilities. 32. While Swansea Council's risk assessment identified whether a child at risk of sexual exploitation has a disability, it did not prompt the assessor to consider the impact of disability on the child and any vulnerability to sexual abuse. 902. Partnership working. 33. At the time of our hearings, there was no multi-agency child sexual exploitation team or meeting to monitor threats to children in Swansea. Instead, there were stated to be close, informal working relationships between the key professionals. 903. Audit, review and performance improvement. 34. Systems for audit and improvement were not generally well used in Swansea. 904. Warwickshire. Problem profiling. 35. The 2019 Warwickshire Problem Profile looked at perpetrators and victims but did not record any groups or networks involved in or perpetrating child sexual exploitation in the county. 905. Organised criminal gangs exploiting young people were said to be relatively rare. although it was recognized that exploitation was more often by disorganized groups with loose associations. 906. 36. It appears that Warwickshire police conducted little, if any, analysis of the extent to which child sexual exploitation was being committed by groups or networks. 907. As the extent of perpetrator networks and the threat of child sexual exploitation was not properly understood, exploitation, for example, that reported by CSA2 in April 2017 could not be properly addressed. 908. 37. In the Warwickshire 2019 profile, the ethnicity of over 40% of 137 perpetrators and over 50% of 162 victims of child sexual exploitation was unknown. 909. 900, WGT 000464013. 901 INQ 005274004. 902 SCC 0000550-033-034 Paras 185187. 903 Thomas, the 24th of September 2020 81/11-17. Richards, the 24th of September 2021 28/12-15. 904 SCC 0000550-040 Para 231. Thomas, the 24th of September 2020 98/15-20. 42/13-15. 52/3-8. 905 WSP 000208. 906 Peter Hill, the 25th of September 2021 61/21-162/8. 907 WSP 000206_008 Paras 33-34. 908 CSA2, the 25th of September 2020 17/23-19/23, 53/18-54/5. WSP 000206_007-010 Paras 30-37. 909 WSP 000208_022. Peter Hill, the 25th of September 2021 29/15-21. Annex 4. 177. Disruption. 38 Disruption tactics were not all formally recorded, as a result of which Warwickshire police could not assess their effectiveness and revise them as required. It issued a number of CAWNs in 2018/19 but accepted that it had been too slow to implement other approved disruption tactics against perpetrators in some cases. 910. Empathy and concern for child victims. 39 Training aimed at eradicating victim-blaming language and attitudes had been given to frontline teams in Warwickshire County Council and Warwickshire Police. Victim-blaming language was seen in respect of two of the case study children, but generally, where victim-blaming language was used, it was challenged and managed. 911. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children. 40 There was a more progressive approach to risk assessment in Warwickshire, which uses chronologies in all assessments and has adopted the National Working Group, NWG, Child Sexual Exploitation Assessment Tool. The use of this assessment was shown to have improved professional judgment and promoted greater involvement of children and parents/carers in assessment and planning. 912. 41. There were concerns about the operation of the risk assessment process in Warwickshire in the case of CSA1. Despite earlier concerns from her family, CSA1 was only later identified as at high risk of sexual exploitation. Warwickshire County Council accepted the delay and stressed subsequent changes in the risk assessment process. 913. 42. There was evidence of difficulties for children in accessing child and adolescent mental health services, CAMS, in Warwickshire. 914. However, there were examples of positive support, including in prevention with a Bernardo's CSE training and outreach project. Worker, targeted support from youth workers for children deemed to be at low risk of sexual exploitation, and specialist provision by Bernardo's for sexually exploited young people. 915. Missing children, return home interviews and children in care. 43. There were poor outcomes for CSA1, who was cared for in a succession of unsuitable placements in Warwickshire, and the risks of placing her in proximity to offenders were ignored. 916. This highlighted major and relatively recent failings in the systems of both Warwickshire County Council and Warwickshire Police for identifying sexually exploited children in care and taking effective action to protect them. 44. Warwickshire County Council appeared to have good procedures in place for communicating with relevant agencies before placing a looked-after child out of the area. Children from other areas placed in Warwickshire were also monitored. 917. 910. WSP 000176_014-019 paras 51 and 64. WSP 000206_010 para 37. CSA 2 the 25th of September 2020 57/1-59/16. 911. BRD 000276_004 paras 13-14, NSP 000169_014 para 71. 912. INQ 005149_014-015 paras 4.54.7. WCC 000363_010 paras 51, 54 and 56. 913. CSA 2 the 25th of September 2020 44/13-24, Mins the 25th of September 2020 95/1-97/25. 914. INQ 005148_003, INQ 005462_040. 915. WCC 000207, WCC 000163_006,020. 916. WCC 000177_004. 917. WCC 000236_013-014 paras 78 and 81/82. WCC 000420 paras 84/86. WCC 000421_001-003, WCC 000422_002-003. Paras 8 and 12, Mins the 25th of September 2021 05/10-106/15 178 Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Male victims. 45 A multi-agency campaign in Warwickshire Something's Not Right aimed to increase awareness of the sexual exploitation of boys and young men and encourage them to speak out about their experiences and seek support. Dedicated resources have been put in place for male victims, with a Barnardo's team targeting boys and young men with services to prevent and disrupt sexual exploitation. 918 Children with disabilities. 46 The processes used in Warwickshire form a foundation for effective identification of disabilities, but the low rate of identification and recording of disabilities in sexually exploited children is a concern. The disability of one of the case study children, CSA 300, was not properly recognised or recorded by the Council. 919 Partnership working. 47 A multi-agency, co-located child exploitation and missing team has brought together the statutory agencies, Barnardo's and missing children practitioners in Warwickshire. Warwickshire County Council has engaged the Tackling Child Exploitation Support programme to help improve its service. 920 Audit, review and performance improvement. 48 Warwickshire had a well-established audit and review process. 921 Street Helens. Problem profiling. 49 Data collection about child sexual exploitation was problematic in St Helens. The child sexual exploitation problem profile had not been updated and appeared to be based on out-of-date analysis. 922 All of this inhibited the ability of Merseyside police to identify perpetrators and protect victims. 50 St Helens 2018 problem profile considered organised criminality but did not identify any organised crime group, OCG, engaged in child sexual exploitation. 923 However, as at September 2019, Merseyside Police had identified 11 OCGs for the Merseyside region with child sexual exploitation as a primary or secondary crime type. 924 There were other instances of child sexual exploitation which involved a group/gang. 925 As there was only a limited amount of resource to identify children who are vulnerable to sexual exploitation by a group not formally classed as an OCG, networks in Street Helens not formally classed as OCGs did not appear to be a focus of the policing response to child sexual exploitation. 926 918 WCC 000236_018 para 104. 919 Mins the 25th of September 2021 08/7-15. WSP 000125_003. 920 WSP 000232_005-006 paras 2426, WSP 000226. 921 WSP 000232_007-011 paras 35 40 and 43, WCC 000236_025 para 151, WCC 0000363_024 para 139. 922 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 23/13-124/2. 923 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 24/15-125/5. MSP 0003222_001 para 3. 924 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 28/13-17. 925 MSP 0000172_001. 926 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 24/15-125/5. Annex 4. 179. 51 between April 2017 and March 2019, in St. Helens, Merseyside, police noted that 41% of 435 victims and 28% of 217 alleged perpetrators of child sexual abuse and exploitation did not provide their ethnicity. 927. Disruption. 52 Merseyside police accepted that the information on the extent to which it had used each of the disruption tactics from the toolkit was not easily available. 928 In 2018, MICFAS identified limited use of CAWNs as a tactic for disruption and prevention. Improvement has been slow. Merseyside police accepted that there were a very limited number of CAWNs issued and that there had been missed opportunities, as highlighted by the experiences of several of the case study children. 929 It also appeared to have made relatively little use of civil orders. 930. Empathy and concern for child victims. 53 Although training and guidance around victim blaming had been given to frontline children's social care and police staff in St. Helens, victim blaming attitudes continued to be evident for some time. By the time of an audit in September 2020, however, only one example of inappropriate language was found. 931. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children. 54 Risk assessment failed to protect several of the case study children who had been sexually exploited in St. Helens. Children in need of support to prevent sexual exploitation were not always classified as sufficiently high risk to merit intervention from Catch-22, which works alongside young people, their families and the police in St. Helens to find out what has caused them to run away, and prevent them from running away again in the future. 932. Missing children, return home interviews and children in care. 55 There were examples of placements and assessments of case study children in care, which failed to keep them safe. In 2018 and 2019, MICFAS found that police work around missing children in St. Helens was too often desk-based. 933. 56 St. Helens Council has greatly reduced the number of children placed at a distance of more than 30 miles from St. Helens. 934. Male victims. 57 boys and young men referred because of sexual exploitation concerns and discussed at multi-agency meetings in St. Helens accounted for 14% in 2017/18 and 11% the following year of the total number of children considered. 935 St. Helens Borough Council made no specific child sexual exploitation services available for boys and young men. 936. 927 Ian Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 27/2-14 MSP 0002180_005-006 Paras 2931 MSP 0002220_005. Separate figures for sexual exploitation were not provided. 928 MSP 0002180_014 Paras 9192 MSP 0002223_008 Para 29. 929 MSP 0000296_027, Critchley, the 28th of September 2021 40/9-141/21, MSP 0000322_002 Para 9. MSP 0002180_012 Para 82. 930 MSP 0000528_002 Para 10. 931 Livers, the 28th of September 2020 47/5-24 48/17-49/12 STH 0012030_003 Para 5.1 INQ 0049444_002 Para 2.3. 932 Livers, the 28th of September 2021 11/10-113/14. 933 INQ 0053332_008, MSP 0000296_005_016. 934 Livers, the 28th of September 2020 89/6-91/15. 935 STH 0008180_030 Para 6.16.2. 936 STH 0008180_030 Para 6.5. 180. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Children with disabilities. 58 St. Helens Council accepted that there was limited scope to identify learning disabilities or needs, or for practitioners to record the effect of disabilities on the child, and no guidance for staff on how to assess and record disability. The disabilities of 2 children in the St. Helens Case Study Group, CSA 27 and CSA 71, were not sufficiently identified and taken into account. 937. Partnership working. 59 The quality of the partnership working in respect of the case study children in St. Helens was mixed. 938. Audit, review and performance improvement. 60 In 2019, Ofsted found that children's social care in St. Helens was inadequate overall, and had declined in quality since 2014. 939 St. Helens Council told us that it had started to develop audit and quality assurance systems for its work with respect to child sexual exploitation, but these were at an early stage of development. 940. Tower Hamlets. Problem profiling. 61 The Metropolitan Police Service's Pan-London profile in 2019, which included Tower Hamlets, identified gaps in intelligence in several areas, including due to inconsistent flagging. 941 31% of reports in Tower Hamlets did not specify the type of child sexual exploitation suffered by a victim. 942 There was also little information about the level of risk to a child, which was missing in 39% of crime reports considered, and the vulnerabilities of the child. 943. 62 The Metropolitan Police Service told the inquiry that there were no cases or issues with child sexual exploitation by networks in Tower Hamlets, using the inquiry's definition. 944. Given the breadth of the inquiry's definition of a network, this cannot be right. The 2019 Problem Profile identified that 9% of child sexual exploitation reports for Tower Hamlets in 2018/19 showed links to gangs or organized groups. It also accepted that young people affected by, or associated with, gangs are at high risk of sexual exploitation. 945. 63 The London Borough of Tower Hamlets also indicated that it had not identified any cases of sexual exploitation by networks applying the definition of an OCG, although for operations within the borough would fall under the inquiry's definition. 946. 937 STH000649_001, STH000631_007_014-015, live as the 28th of September 2021 07/10-19. 938 live as the 28th of September 2020 93/21-25 and 110/4-111/9, INQ 004294_037 para 4.14. 939 OFS 012534_001. 940 MSP 003222_007-008 paras 2528. 941 MPS 004318_014-015 paras 6061. 942 MPS 004576_040, Williams the 29th of September 2021 24/20-125/6. 943 MPS 004300_003. 944 MPS 004584_005 paras 2223. 945 MPS 004300_002,007. 946 Richard Baldwin the 29th of September 2020 the 21st of September 1924, LBT 004289_018 para 61. Annex 4. 181. 64 Ethnicity was not recorded in the 2019 profile for 86% of offenders involved. In 147 reports of child sexual exploitation and 14% of 166 victims of child sexual exploitation in the Central East Area BCU. 947. Disruption. 65 The Children's Society, which provides a commissioned service to support missing and looked after children and children with disabilities in Tower Hamlets, was critical of The London Borough of Tower Hamlets practice with respect to disruption. 948 Although disruption tactics should be aimed at perpetrators and locations where exploitation is occurring, the Metropolitan Police Service used CAWNs in Tower Hamlets to disrupt groups of children who were victims of child sexual exploitation. Empathy and concern for child victims. 66 There was some evidence of victim blaming in relation to CSA 22 and CSA 77. 949. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children. 67 There were failings by the London Borough of Tower Hamlets in the assessment of the risk of child sexual exploitation prior to 2019, such as in its assessment of the risk of CSA 81. 950 More recently it has developed a rounded assessment form that moved away from a tick-box approach. 951 However, concerns remain as to how long risk assessments take to be completed and reviewed. 952. Missing children, return home interviews and children in care. 68 In 2016, external inspection found that the Metropolitan Police Service response to children who go missing was poor. By 2018, there were some signs of improvement. Among the case study children, CSA 77 and CSA 90 frequently went missing from home or care without any effective responses. 953. 69 The London Borough of Tower Hamlets accommodated 80% of its children in care within 20 miles of the town hall. By October 2020, there were no Tower Hamlets children in unregulated placements. 954. Male victims. 70 The London Borough of Tower Hamlets accepted that the number of males referred to its child sexual exploitation team was low, and stated that it had put in place several improvements for the identification of male survivors. 955. 947 MPS 004300_010, MPS 004318_005 para 15. The Metropolitan Police Service operates across London in 12 basic command units, BCU, which cover the different London boroughs. The Central East Area BCU encompasses the boroughs of Hackney and Tower Hamlets. 948 INQ 005080-007-008_013 paras 42 45 and 77.3. 949 Williams the 29th of September 2021 59/23-160/1 MPS 004363_041 Williams the 29th of September 2021 60/2-4 950 C Part F Para 37 the 29th of September 2026 /14-9/7 Baldwin the 29th of September 2020 83/2-86/17 951 Baldwin the 29th of September 2020 13/4-14/20 952 LBT 004214_014 para 49 953 the 29th of September 2029 /9-11/7 954 LBT 004289_015 para 53 LBT 004337_007 para 19. 955 LBT 004214_052-053 paras 200-201. 182. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks, investigation report. Children with disabilities. 71. In common with other areas, improvement is required to systems in Tower Hamlets to increase the identification of sexual exploitation risk for children with disabilities. 956. Partnership working. 72. The London Borough of Tower Hamlets considered that there are effective structures in place, although in the past there had been some disjointed working, in part as a result of changes to partnership meeting structures and a high turnover of staff. 957. Audit, review and performance improvement. 73. The Borough has undertaken substantial work to address Ofsted's 2017 finding that its children's social care department was inadequate. 958. Similarly, the 2019 MICFA's post-inspection review of the Metropolitan Police Service area found that there had been structural change and improvements in the approach to child protection. 959. 74. In 2018, MICFA's identified concerns about the extent to which children reporting sexual exploitation in Tower Hamlets were listened to by Metropolitan Police Service officers and staff. 960. Bristol. Problem profiling. 75. In Bristol, cases flagged as sexual exploitation could have included criminal exploitation cases, until the system was changed so that cases could be flagged for both criminal and sexual exploitation. 961. 76. Despite a significant number of adults who posed a risk to children, there was less information about offender networks. 962. Avon and Somerset Police's 2019 problem profile noted that the police had not identified significant OCG involvement in child sexual exploitation. 963. The majority of offenders offend alone or with small groups which are socially motivated, and any incidents that have involved groups have not been in a traditional organized groups structure but rather a loose collection of associates who may be involved in other criminal activity. 964. 956. LBT 004214_055 paras 210-211. 957. LBT 004318_025 paras 75. 958. LBT 004216_001-002. 959. INQ 005334_010-012. 960. INQ 005333_050-060. 961. And James 30th of September 2020 43/25-45/4 89/4/4-8 BSC 000186_007-008 paras 2731 BSC 000082_004 BSC 000317_002, BSC 000284_010 para 40, USP 000438_021. 962 OSP 000438015. 963 OSP 000438015-017. 964 OSP 000438015-016. Annex 4. 183. The second and third groups would be regarded as an organized network according to the inquiry's definition. 965 Avon and Somerset Police explained that networks using the inquiry's definition were difficult to segment. 966. 77 In Bristol, there were a series of issues leading to inaccuracy in the flagging of criminal cases for child sexual exploitation. 967. 78 The agencies in Bristol used algorithmic mechanisms to help with assessing risk and problem profiling. Avon and Somerset Police's Topaz Risk Assessment Profile (TRAP) system identifies suspects based on a score indicative of their risk of carrying out child sexual exploitation offences, taking into account various factors. 968 Officers then consider whether to flag an individual based on that score and other intelligence. 969 From TRAP, a weekly offender list is circulated between multi-agency partners, which includes the reason why each subject has been identified. 970 Bristol City Council uses its Think Family database to create a profile of children at risk of sexual exploitation, bringing together 35 different datasets about children and known risk factors, such as episodes of going missing. 971 The Insight Team, funded jointly with the police, used that data to create a predictive risk model to analyze the extent to which children are at risk of sexual exploitation. 972 It produces a weekly, automated list of children at heightened risk of sexual exploitation. 973. 79 The use of predictive analytics to identify children at risk in Bristol and elsewhere has been subject to press comment and academic review. 974 Concerns have been raised about the quality of the data input into the model, the risk of reinforcing the errors and biases of those making the original records, and the potential to focus on factors linked to socioeconomic and racial discrimination. 975 Bristol City Council's statistical analysis of the model in September 2020 found it to have very strong precision and very strong recall. However, other research was more cautious about predictive models in other areas, finding that 4 of every 5 children at risk were missed, false negatives, and, of the children the models identified as being at risk, they were wrong 6 out of 10 times, false positives. The improved collection and use of data is critical to the response to child sexual exploitation. But it is important that agencies do not over-rely upon it. On its own, predictive analytics produces too many misleading assessments. It may be a helpful supplement but should not be used as a principal tool. 976. 80 The ethnicity of 28% of 137 suspects and 19% of 474 children at risk of child sexual exploitation in Bristol was unknown or unrecorded. 977 Internal research by Avon and Somerset Police in 2020 highlighted that some of its systems did not make it easy to 965 USP 000438017. 966 William White, the 30th of September, 2021 13/11-114/21 USP 000199_021 Figure 5. 967 C Part H, Para 7.4. 968 USP 000321_014-015 Paras 5758, USP 0044_003-004 Paras 1015. William White, the 30th of September, 2021 03/19-104/7. 969 USP 000484_004-005 Paras 1416. William White, the 30th of September, 2021 05/16-23. 970 USP 000484_004-005 Paras 1416. William White, the 30th of September, 2021 05/16-23. C, for example. USP 000473_001,003. 971 BSC 000290, USP 000218_002. 972 BSC 000288, INQ 005324_048. 973 USP 000321_012-014 Paras 5155. 974 INQ 005323, INQ 005325. INQ 005328_001-008-036,075-083, INQ 005324, INQ 005322. 975 For example, some datasets, such as arrest records, have a lot of errors. INQ 005328_034. An ethics review carried out in January 2020 identified that the major problem with using predictive analytics in children's social care is that the features that are indicative of social disadvantage and deprivation, and that are simultaneously linked to socio-economic and racial discrimination, are also highly predictive of the adverse outcomes used to measure child maltreatment and neglect. INQ 005322_035. 976 C Part H, Para 25. 977 USP 000221. 184. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks. Investigation report. Record ethnicity. It was sometimes not clear who is responsible for recording ethnicity. There was some lack of knowledge about how to record ethnicity and why it is important, and some officers were not confident in asking members of the public to define their ethnicity. 978. Disruption. 81 There were regular Operation Topaz meetings where the threats posed by perpetrators and risks to victims were shared. Operation Topaz had been involved in intelligence-led disruption activity against perpetrators and evidence-led prosecutions, in partnership with the Crown Prosecution Service. This had included the use of civil and criminal orders, arrests, and the investigation of associated offenses of drugs and theft. Operation Topaz had Successfully focused partnership efforts on tracking and apprehending offenders. 979. Empathy and concern for child victims. 82. Some examples of victim-blaming language were identified in the Bristol evidence. 980. Risk assessment, protection from harm and outcomes for children. 83. Over the past 3 years, there has been a steady decline in the number of assessments in which child sexual exploitation was identified as a factor in Bristol. It is unlikely that this reflects a real decline in exploitation. It is more likely that this is related to issues with data capture. 981. 84. The Barnardos Against Sexual Exploitation, BASE, project has developed specific ways to support child victims. Examples included sexual health clinics for vulnerable children, offered from BASE premises several times a week, and a dedicated CAMS nurse in the BASE project to provide quick and flexible mental health services. 982. Missing children, return home interviews and children in care. 85. Completion of RIS in Bristol was at a very low level in April 2018, when only 29% of children who went missing accepted an RI. By June 2020, as a result of improvement action by the Council, 92% of 114 eligible children had been offered an RI and 52% of them had accepted an RI. 983. Male victims. 86. One solution to the underrepresentation of male victims being adopted in Bristol has been for Barnardos BASE, a specialist service that supports young adults aged 18 to 25 who are at risk of being sexually exploited or where there are known concerns around sexual exploitation, to lower the threshold for entry into sexual exploitation support services when boys and young men are referred. 984. 978. USP 0004884_002-003 Paras 611. 979. USP 0000438_015_024, USP 0003221_025-029 Paras 107116 and 121123, USP 000487. 980. BSC 000132. 981. James 30 September 2020 43/13-45/4, BSC 000284_009-010, BSC 000082_004, BSC 000317_003, USP 0000438_021-022. 982. BRD 000278, INQ 005293_009-010 Paras 4449. 983. And James 30 September 2020 62/10-63/2-8, BSC 000316_012, BSC 000118_005, BSC 000139_006-007. BSC 000186_016-017 Paras 7579, BSC 000284_020 Para 84, OFS 012558_002. 984 BRD 0000278 para 25. Annex 4. 185. Children with disabilities. 87 in 2019. Bristol City Council proactively audited 12 cases relating to children with a disability who were considered to be at risk of sexual exploitation. This work identified strengths and tangible areas for improvement, which have been implemented. 985. Partnership working. 88 There was evidence of good partnership working in Bristol. 986. Audit, review and performance improvement. 89 Bristol City Council and Avon and Somerset Police have undertaken extensive internal auditing of their practice in relation to child sexual exploitation, including working with the NWG. 987. 985 BSC 000132. 986 BRD 000278, USP 000446_001-002, USP 000448, USP 000449, USP 000450. 987 BSC 000139, USP 000316_001_008, USP 000199, BSC 000132. Child sexual exploitation by organized networks. Investigation report. February 2022 ISBN 978-15286-2993-5 E02691449